Here, come back here and show you. So this is 0 dB, so we're high on the webcast. But then you want to bounce off of this 0.
Okay.
And it'll then turn red if it gets into that. But that's where we want to get good audio on the line here. In fact, I'll go try the mics for you.
Okay.
And then it's just odds 1 or 2.
Odds 1 or 2.
Yeah, there's no main offset, and I'm surprised.
Okay. Are these new boards or are these the same ones from last year?
Now, I'm already, I got this cold in my ears.
Oh, sorry, man. Is this a new, are these new boards?
I've had them about a year or 2.
Oh, okay, good.
Podium mic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, check. Podium.
Go ahead.
Okay. Podium mic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, check. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Are we good? Are we gonna
I'm just trying to turn these lights on.
turn them on in the back?
Oh, okay.
In the back of the middle.
I thought they were just on the strip. Podium mic, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, ooh. 1, 2. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, we're mostly just trying to get that VU on the webcast happening.
All right, let's go ahead.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I gotta turn that up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good?
Yeah.
Got a little bit of a ring.
Yeah, there's a slight ring. I'm gonna turn.
Table 1, table mic number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check.
Yeah, that looks good.
Table mic number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check. Mic number 3. Table 3. Table 4, table 4, table 4. Table 5, table 5, table 5. 1, 2. Table 6, table 6. 1, 2. Check.
But he's late. Oh. How have you been, Jane?
Good. It's been. Oh, that's a hot mic. That's a hot mic. I was like, I'm great. It's been really good. Can't complain. What about you? Yeah. Always busy.
There's like 40 days left in the year. Like,
It's crazy how quickly it's all.
and then somebody was like, "Are you going to close out the stack? Are you going to
No.
I'm like, "That's too much."
No, that was too aggressive. That's too
She's
aggressive.
still thinking about it.
Yeah.
That's right.
No.
We bring down one.
Yeah. Are we putting Cecily in the middle, or are we putting her at the end?
Oh.
Cecily, do you want to be the
Kids back for the reunion.
That's already. I'm going to sit here. You want to sit here?
Kyle?
Oh, sorry. Wait, so who's not coming? Oh, Sam Lee. What is in Artis? I don't know what in Artis is. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I'm taking Owen's place.
Who's in? What is in Artis?
He
I had to go to Miami.
It's small, but he does a ton of stuff.
What? Like what's? What?
Management, production.
It's fine.
Got it.
It's actually great in Jane.
Got it.
Okay, phones off. We'll do, let's do a picture at least of us four. I'll take what is awesome to do. Maybe over here, guys.
You want us to sit? Oh, in front?
So we kind of brings a picture, but I think we can do, in the meantime, just glass doors.
Yeah. I
Is it a
can't-
faux pas to
I
put
don't
smart
know
water on the
personally,
table?
'cause I don't have to.
Probably not,
But maybe. Are you looking for them?
Well, we're trying to find.
I don't work for Coke.
What about Brandon?
After running up and grabbing the bottle.
I'm gonna get part of them. I think they've come up. One, we're looking for people to potentially sign.
Oh, to
We're like,
sign.
we need to sign a few people before the end of the year.
I think you're here, yeah?
But you know what, I'll take another one.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
But then also,
That's good, thanks.
just trying to find new faces because I feel like we do
Sam.
brand content with the same people.
Yeah.
And it's great for us because it's so easy.
And we have so, like, we learned her all down.
Yeah.
She's crushing now.
Is she still a scale?
Yeah.
Good, thanks.
She just came up in a conversation.
Yes.
Morally Ogden, I'm gonna introduce myself.
Nice to meet you.
Last week.
I might have gotten, oh, yes. Yeah.
Do you have a car?
I do in my bag. I'll get it.
I'd like to, when it's not so crazy, I'd like to chat to you. Thanks. I can't believe I walked out of my house without my cards today. Thanks so much. Look forward to- You know what, do you guys, oh, hot mics. Did you just say that?
Yeah.
Do me a favor, just scoot down a little bit. That way I can turn and see you. Not that I don't want to sit closer to Isaac, but you know. Phones off.
It's funny how you turn phones off. You just set on the phone.
Yeah.
We're going to get started because this is a live broadcast. And coming from live television, I will tell you, I never miss a deadline. When the cameras are on, you have to be ready, and I think that's true in everything in life, right? So welcome, everyone. Welcome to Digital Hollywood. I'm Cecily Armstrong, And you are the crowd that is kicking off the conference. So give yourselves a round of applause here. Thank you so much. I know that we have some traffic issues happening out there today, so I think we'll probably have people streaming in. So you should be in the panel that is the power of influencers, accelerating brand value across platforms from internet, TV, mobile, and social networks. So that is one of my favorite panels always, and I'm always privileged to be the moderator for it. We have some fun returning folks that are on the panel. I will tell you, you will see that Spencer McClung is not here. He's got a terrible case of the flu, and Sam is on his way. He had a little incident on set this morning, so you'll be seeing somebody streaming in here, but we do have actually a great intense opportunity here to get some answers, have a great conversation, pick the brains of really these people who are the leaders in the industry. So how this is going to work is I'm going to go through some topics. We're going to have some conversation, and then about the last 10-15 minutes, you'll be able to ask questions. So what I always like to say is as we are moving, I just said your name, and here you are. We conjured him up. He's here. We just started, so all good. So what I would say to everyone is, as the conversation is happening, type in, jot down some questions, some key points, because it's been my experience that as we roll along, something else will come up. So it's a good idea maybe to make sure you get your questions in that you have. And with that, I want to really introduce our incredible panelists. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I don't want to waste a whole bunch of our intense time talking about their bios because they are long and great, but you can see them on the Digital Hollywood website. And I encourage you also to follow up with people and think about the fact that every time we'll be doing this panel, we do it every session of Digital Hollywood. So in May, you will see them back again. So it's great fun to sort of follow along and see what the changes. I do that when I sit in your position in the audience. I like to go to the panels and say, oh, last time, so you can really see some opinion and some data of what's happened over the last 6 months. So I don't know, I'm a data geek. So to me, that's fun. All right, so I'm Cecily Armstrong. I'm the CEO of Nitex Productions, the executive producer of Nitex Studios. You can go to nitexproductions.com and see what we're working on right now. I've had a long career, and again, I will not bore you with mine. You can read it online in print, television, radio, and on the business side, leading organizations based on recurring revenue, subscription-based models in the media and entertainment industry. What I'm really jazzed about right now is what's happening in audio, and I'm really thrilled to be the co-chair of the podcast forum, the inaugural one that's here at Digital Hollywood. So that's all day Thursday. Look at your program, shameless plug, it's going to be really great. We booked some incredible speakers, and I'm also programming a live stage where you'll see celebrities from Better Call Saul, Will and Grace, incredible writers from America 2.0, and lots of people. Again, look at the program. There's a supplement that you should have received here that has more information on it about that. And we're also going to talk about influencers in audio and what's happening here. So I'm going to go down the line, and each one of you, of course, Isaac, I'm going to start with you because you're in the hot seat again. I think you were last time too. Isaac from Univision, introduce yourself and tell us what you're working on right now.
Sure. Hi, guys. My name is Isaac Rosales. I'm Senior Manager of Partnerships and Campaigns at Univision. My role is to oversee all influencer-driven branded content. So basically finding opportunities and solutions for our advertisers who might already be spending money on linear, radio, digital, and finding a way to add an influencer component to that. And also finding ways that we can use influencers to promote our shows and integrate them across all of our linear programming, such as temples or TV programming.
Great. Jade.
Hi, I'm Jade. I'm a partner in the Alternative Programming, Digital Media Licensing and Branding Division at Abrams Artists Agency. We work with a lot of digital native content creators to take them, grow their brand on platform, but then take them off of platform into different opportunities. including unscripted licensing, branding, podcasts, anything and everything that their platform allows.
Awesome. Kyle?
So, and I'm Kyle Britt. I'm Director of Strategy at Tiny Horse. We work with studios, content owners, and brand partners to help get their message out through influencers, paid media, all that kind of world.
Great. Thanks. Sam?
Hi, Sam Lee. Sorry again for being late. My title is Media Strategist at InArtists, and I think that really includes everything, including going to set and helping a kid scrape his wounds off skateboarder. We work with brands, talent, writers, actors, directors, musicians, and we help with strategy, building out their businesses and sort of looking horizontally, not just in media, but you think about licensing and apparel, and sort of everything, all encompassing.
Awesome, awesome. So we have a brain trust up here, so keep your questions in mind. So what I really want to start off with is kind of defining what is happening in the media and entertainment industry as far as influencers go. If you were here 6 months ago, you will see what a dramatic change has even happened over that time. So I kind of want to, Kyle, I'm gonna start with you. What do you think the state of the union is right now for influencers in the entertainment industry?
Well,
It's a broad question, but
I'll take a narrow pass to the broad
okay,
question.
go for it.
I'm in the camp that gets frustrated by the overuse of the term influencers to mean a lot of different things. Influencers can mean anybody from somebody with 1,000 Instagram followers to The Rock.
Right.
And all those are influencers. And really, what we're talking about when we talk about influencers is we're talking about levels of celebrity. And for most people who are influencers at some level, they've got rabid fans who follow them as much as they follow a major celebrity. If there's an influencer that I run into that I love and that I follow, I'm inclined to act the same way bumping into them on the street as I am bumping into The Rock. And I'll be.
But if you bump into The Rock, it hurts. Yeah.
I would. You'd fumble over your words. I love your work. I love everything you do.
Right.
So when we talk about influencers, we're talking about really levels of micro to macro celebrity, and who those people are and how they get their message out. And so there's an interesting process of working with those influencers to find the ways to connect their audiences to the audiences that we're trying to connect them with. And you can have some celebrities who have this massive platform in which you can reach out to a broad swath of America. And then you've got very niche influencers who have these very targeted people who are love the outdoors. And they're outdoors brands run to those people. Or you have people who are really into running, and you can go to running brands or sock brands or shoe brands or whatever who are catered to them. And really, to answer the broadest version of your question, the state of influencers, is we're starting to find ways to activate in a segmented way across all of these different areas. We treat influencers as media. We look at it on a CPM basis, on a
Right.
CPV basis. We look at it in a way of saying, how is this a more effective way of reaching the audience we want to reach than we can get on Facebook retargeting, or we can get in an out-of-home campaign.
So the broad scope as it keeps growing, really like most things in even a product or a brand itself, as it grows wider, by nature it becomes more segmented based on the audience and the target.
Yeah.
Right. We're going to talk about the buy decision on that later in the panel. Jade, what's your take right now?
I was
What's the
just-
state of the influencer union?
I was just going to say that I think the biggest change that we've seen is there's so much more data that brands and companies are looking at and utilizing. 2-3 years ago, people looked at the follower number, and that's kind of how you dictated
Right.
who was working and who wasn't. And now people have wised up, and there's a lot more information that you're able to utilize to sell through campaigns or to partner on unscripted shows and bringing over audiences. So I'd say that the biggest thing that we've seen is everyone getting a lot wiser to data and how to utilize that.
Same thing at Univision, or?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit smarter now. I think we talk about the Wild Wild West happening like 5 years ago. It's still very much that, I think. But I do think that there are more either grown-ups in the room or people who have also grew up in the industry who know what they're doing.
Right.
So I think it's very exciting to see from the branded side a lot of brand safety like conversations happening, but at the same time just seeing that a lot of companies are now, I think it's a lot of acquisition as well, where a lot of big companies are now buying these players who are like, oh, influencers are a real thing, whereas before there was a lot of us just saying influencers, pay attention to influencers, and now everybody's paying attention to influencers, whether it's Warner Brothers, whether it's AT&T, whether it's Disney. Every major company uses influencers, whether it's to promote their brands or again to promote like we do. I think for the 3 past years we were always trying to evangelize, use influencers for your TV shows. They might not be actors, but they can be used in your reality shows, or they can be used to promote some of your temple shows like Latin Grammys. And I feel like now the tides have changed and they keep on knocking on our doors on who is the best
interesting.
influencer to
Yeah.
use. So that's the biggest
So
change
the
I've
show
seen.
creators, the individual show creators or showrunners are saying, oh,
Yeah.
maybe, oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that's
we
yeah.
just casted one of the first influencers this summer for a reality show. And again, she doesn't have to act, which is probably the drawback of influencers. She can just be herself. She was in a love competition show with her husband, and she was basically being herself. And they saw the ratings increase, and we do that a lot with our reality shows and a lot of like our live programming as well.
Right.
Yeah, and on breakdowns, we're seeing a lot more people looking for talent that have social platforms and social followings. And so they kind of don't, not necessarily, you have to still be able to act. I mean, the show, they still want it to be successful.
Well, thank goodness.
Yes, but they will look to cast people with larger followings to bring in an audience.
Right. So, Sam, I'm going to ask you the same question.
Yeah, I would just take another approach. I look at the state of influencers or creators through the lens of the audience, right? So the audiences, as the brands are, audiences are way more savvy today. They know what part they play in the model. And so I think more than ever, they're looking for authenticity. They're looking for, humor, entertainment, but also to kind of like learn something. So there's this term going around, edutainment. And so I think as our audiences wise up to the whole model and how we're using CPMs and selling followers and likes, they're kind of shying away from the cool kids. That's why you're seeing Instagram take away likes and engagement down across the board on Instagram. I think as kids are more and more depressed, more and more skeptical about the entire model, they're looking for real talent or real authenticity. So we try to work with talent that we know are going to satiate the needs of the audiences, which is ever changing.
So
I think
that,
there's also been, I was going to say, I think there's also been an evolution in what authenticity means to the audience.
Right.
Like there was this time where authenticity kind of meant, you show like behind the scenes of what you do. Like you're just like, oh, this is like kind of what we do behind the scenes, and this is me on set. And now authenticity is really more like I'm in a bathrobe with my hair in a towel,
Right.
and I'm like walking around my house, and there's a little more like, oh, that's actually a real person. Like I'm seeing them in the context of their real life.
Genuine, yeah.
well, so this is a perfect segue into my next question that I always ask it every time at this panel. So I'm going to go down the line and just give me your best shot on what you think is the difference between a spokesperson, a celebrity, and an influencer, right? Because I can't tell you the number of conversations that I have about that. And as I was chatting with Kyle earlier, talking about the time of, I had a pretty long career as a spokesperson, and there were brands where it may take a year of my life, and I'm going to the factory to see how are they making those garments for Tommy Hilfiger, and going, to all these different things. So is it the level of engagement? So, Kyle, I'll start with you since I evoked your name.
That's fine. I'll have the hot take and say that I don't think there is a difference.
Okay.
I think that there is.
You heard it here first. Breaking news, Digital Hollywood.
From the audience's perspective, they're viewed the same. Now there is contextual differences in how they might be used, whether it's in a TV spot or whether it's just on their own Instagram channel or whether it's someplace else. And there might be ways that the brand or the studio or whoever partners with that influencer and has them integrated into their system, and do they do the education process that a spokesperson might have gone through 10, 12 years ago, or do they are are the studios and the brands seeking out people who are already integrated into the brand, who already love it, who think who are already big fans of it, and therefore can be more authentic spokespeople for it. But I don't think there's categorically just a difference in the minds of the audience when you see somebody talking about a brand. That person is effectively a spokesperson.
Jade, you're...
Well, I was just going to say, I think the biggest thing, there's definitely so much overlap. The biggest thing is kind of separating the difference between a following and an influence. There are celebrities that have large followings. There are influencers that have, or digital content creators that have large followings. Those are different than having an actual influence. And so where we kind of focus a lot of our representation on experts and people in specific niches that can tell and sell products. And so if you're talking about, someone like Jennifer Aniston pitching Dry Eyes, you look at Jennifer Aniston and you're like, she probably just got a nice paycheck, love it, enjoy that TV spot. But you look at someone on Instagram who really talks about it often, how she suffers from dry eyes during allergy season and how much these have saved her. They look at it a different way, and they might look at Jennifer Aniston as like a brand awareness play, but working with our influencer would be someone who can add credibility and then influence someone to purchase.
Right.
So that's where I'd say the biggest difference is. But then you have people like The Rock and Shay Mitchell who are big celebrities that actually have real influence as well, and they play a very integral role in that kind of crossover.
Right. And so for programming at Univision, that must be, is it, I'm going to ask my question a little bit different to you, which is not fair, but because is it programming versus selling products?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, I agree with Kyle. We kind of don't distinguish. We look at data. If you have a big engagement rate, we're going to probably pay you more. We're going to sell you higher. So just like a very, I don't know what the word is, but just kind of very neutral, right?
Yeah.
However, whenever we talk to brands and with Univision, there's a huge differentiation. We've done campaigns with J Balvin, obviously a celebrity, and an influencer. Even though they might have the same following, the same engagement, there's a clear difference in just the status of somebody, right? So for that, I still think that there is a distinguished factor, whether it's the audience, whether the perception, whether they're in more highbrow content on Netflix, or they have albums, or they have a little bit more, I guess, longer content that they've been doing. I do see that there's a lot of frustration with influencers and managers a lot, where they tell us, no, this person's an artist. At the end of the day, from a branded perspective, we don't care. We don't care if they're called artist, influencer, or a spokesperson. We're still going to be based on the data. So I think it really depends on who you're asking. From a TV perspective, there's celebrity all day. They're going to prefer someone who has been on TV shows more than someone who's an influencer, and we have that constant struggle of saying, no, this person is actually going to drive more awareness and more views than this celebrity who has been established on Univision, but again, doesn't have that strong audience appeal.
Well,
So
yeah,
it's
I
a really
mean,
hard answer question.
It is, and I'm going to ask Sam here in a minute, but it brings to mind, so my company, we just signed a co-production deal with the actress and comedian Kim Coles. Now, Kim, is a bona fide celebrity and incredibly talented, but she also, I would consider her an influencer because she has a massive social media audience and people all over the world that adore and follow her. So I see what you're saying. So her foot's kind of one, on both sides. Sam, what's your experience with that?
I mean, as a manager, personal manager, sort of one of the hats I wear, I'm literally, I have to, this is for work, but I'm basically wearing, streetwear and hanging out with these kids like 18, 19 years old, and I have to get in their worlds and sort of in their ethos, and they definitely hate the word influencer.
So a lot of people are saying that these days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a kind of loaded term. The idea for our kids is, they don't even know who a lot of celebrities are. They don't watch Netflix. They're not watching they're watching YouTube, and so they don't really care what we call them. They don't, as long as we're bringing them work and they're happy. I think from a buyer's standpoint, you guys kind of hit the nail on the head. You could be a celebrity. Will Smith, for instance, starting his YouTube. You went to CAA and you said, all these people have all these, these great social media teams around them. I don't have one. Can you guys make one? And now he's one of the biggest YouTubers, and all the ad revenue is going to Will Smith. So what does that do to the original content creators that were thriving on YouTube? So are A-list celebrities trying to become influencers? Are influencers trying to become traditional media celebrities? I don't know. I look at it now, what kind of message are we driving and to what degree? And I don't know. I mean, I'm an older guy, I'm 37. I don't watch these kids on YouTube, but my little cousin does, and is she influenced more? So I don't know. It's a tough question to answer.
It's all over the
And I don't know
place.
if it matters much. I really don't think it matters. I think what matters is the audiences. And,
Well, the audience
what
and the
they- what
brands,
their
I think
needs
it
are.
matters to a great deal. Yeah.
But that matters to the audiences, though.
Yeah.
It's more who are they following and who are they influenced by?
And it goes back to Jade's point. There's a difference between name recognition and influence. There's a difference between somebody who I know to the dry eyes thing. It's like I know who Jennifer Aniston is, but I don't believe if authentically she uses dry eyes and came to that realization to be I should go partner with dry eyes.
Maybe we should be dating Brad Pitt.
It's really not fair. Jen Anderson doesn't have representation here today, so.
But it is that difference of do the people who are trying to influence have any are they actually influenced by the people that we're using?
Let me ask the audience a question here. So it's a two-part question. So first of all is, do you care when you engage with a person that you see across some platform, you consume whatever they're saying in some sort of way? Do you care if they're an influencer? Raise your hand.
That's the person. That's very.
No, do you care that it's, right, see? Right, so nobody cares. Do you care is part two. Do you care if they've a significant box office type celebrity?
Sorry, can I ask you a question? When you say, do we care?
When you're engaging with the product, does it matter to you? Is that going to drive you to a buy decision?
Well, if I'm gonna go do something that's, because I'm a big adventurer, I'm gonna go to an adventure person. I don't care what The Rock says. I'm not gonna consider anything. If The Rock says come to this island or something like that, I could care less what he has to say.
Right,
Somebody
right.
actually does it, having the
Right. So then it does get down to
It gets,
The-
it gets
the
down to experts and niche
experts
audiences
and
trusting
micro,
people.
right.
And you follow people for the interests that you're interested in. And so I think you have different people for different interests. And so you might follow a beauty influencer because you want to know her skincare tips. You might follow my client Shawn Johnson because she just had a baby and you want to know what her must-have baby products are because she's doing this on her own and you're about to do it on your own and you trust that this is something that you need to know. So you follow different people for different purposes. And you might love, again, Jennifer Aniston, Jennifer Aniston on Friends, and you might follow her because you kind of want to see behind the scenes things of what's going on Friends. And you follow different people for different purposes, which is where it goes back to whether someone has a following or an influence. And I
Right.
think that those are the different kinds of
And-
opportunities.
So it
You also
gets
see-
into segmentation is what we're talking about
And you've
too.
also seen influencers who have abused that privilege, and they become so commercialized in everything that they do, where every post or every other post is an ad, and it's I don't know that I trust what you're saying anymore. I don't know that you're no longer telling me to do things that you authentically believe, and maybe they do authentically believe all of those things, but they've kind of overdone it on pushing towards trying to drive revenue through it and say, I can go partner with all of these different brands and all of these different opportunities or whatever it is. If it's a venture and it's partnering with a destination or a specific company or whatever, and you go, you start to question the more and more they do it.
Yeah.
Is it real? And it's the same commercialization conversation about celebrities. I'm sorry to continue using Jennifer Aniston, but
She's gonna walk in
the
here
more
right
the
now.
more and more brands that a celebrity partners with, the less each of those brands matters.
Right.
The less you think that partnership means something to the person who's partnering.
But also,
with
isn't that a part of the big role of the talent, the creator, the influencer, the spokesperson? Isn't that the role of their management too?
Well, I also think
To
that
guide that career
When you're
and
talking about-
overexposure and.
when you're talking about the top 1% of these influencers that are successful, they turn down 99% of the
That's right.
deals and
So
take
that's interesting.
1%. Because the most important thing is their audience and that loyalty to their audience. Because as soon as they lose that, they don't have any more brand deals or content opportunities
That's right.
to move forward. So you will be surprised at how much money these people are turning down And you'll see a very few amount of sponsorships on their current
I do
platforms.
find that surprising.
It is surprising.
Actually, yeah.
But there, if you think about especially the people that started on YouTube in 2008 and 2009, when there was no money to be made, and this is something that they were doing because it was a passion and something that they were excited about.
Self-funding, working as a
These are-
barista somewhere or whatever.
These are
right,
entrepreneurs, and these are
right,
people
right.
that have created, they started with 0 followers, just like all of us, and what they've been able to do to get to millions and millions is incredible. And so I think the influencer term kind of denigrates what they actually have done and what they've actually created. And so I think for us, the way we look at our clients are digital native content creators who are actually entrepreneurs and doing a lot more different and unique things and paving the way for traditional media companies to kind of utilize what they're doing. And so I think that it's really important when you kind of talk about them, it is with a certain level of respect and kind of what they've done is amazing. And as representatives, we're here to kind of be a sounding board and bring them opportunities and kind of have that dialogue with them, but in kind of full transparency, they are the boss, and they've gotten to where they are, and so it's giving them that trust and
Well,
making
I'm
sure they
glad to
feel in
see
control.
it. It's a lot of hard, it's a
Yeah.
lot of hard work, and I think that a lot of these entrepreneurs and creators really do deserve the credit that they get. So you brought up followers, so let's get that genie out of the bottle and talk about followers versus fans, and where do we stand with that? And this whole industry, and we talk about this at Every Digital Hollywood in lots of panels about being sort of at the mercy of the platforms and the algorithms. So I don't know, Sam, do you want to weigh in on your perspective on fans versus followers?
Yeah, followers are fellow users of the platform that you're on that are also using the same platform. Who owns those followers? The platform, not us. So Zuckerberg or Twitter, whoever, ByteDance if it's TikTok. And the platform drives those followers to really who they have control over where those followers are going. You don't really have much control in the user interface of an entire platform. You have control over the content you put out and then how you create fans out of those followers. And I think fans are your convertible degree of your followers. So if you look at go to anybody's platform, they have 1 million followers, look at how many likes they get. Those 100,000 or around there are going to be those fans, and then maybe of those people, 1% of them are convertible into maybe buying your hoodie or your shirt or going to see your movie or whatever it is. So followers, again, fellow users of a platform, they're not yours. We don't own them. Influencers don't own them. Creators don't own them. The platforms do. And so, yeah.
So I want to ask Isaac to weigh in on this, because from a perspective of programming across a network, you have so many different formats and environments that, like you said, whether it's is it a 22-minute chat show? Is it a reality show? Is it a sitcom? What is it? How that's got to be a huge challenge as to determining really what is a fan base versus followers. Do you guys even look at followers?
Yes, but I think we kind of ignore followers. We also, the thing that we price anything that we do is engagement. So every pricing model that we do, every time that we're recommending talent is how engaged their audience is. And how, if their audience actually has an affinity for Univision and for anything Hispanic or for anything of the brand, right? So I think I said this last time that most of the time we're looking for unicorns. I think every single brand needs to be doing that and making sure that whoever they partner is attuned and has an affinity to that specific brand or that partnership or that show. For instance, for this show, we knew that Ana Alvarado had, which is the girl that got casted, she had her audience and her show was always very reality based. So we're not gonna go pitch a person who's doing skateboarding into a love competition show, right? So it has nothing to do, I think it does have to do with the following, because a lot of the producers are looking at this, a lot of the people who don't work day to day with influencers are looking at this, but then it's our job to go and educate them and say this person actually will be more successful and will drive more engagement, and you will actually see more success with this. So
Right.
I think there is the follower number, but then for us, and we have so many tools now at our disposal that we can look at engagement rate and who's actually engaging with them. So that's the most important metric for us.
So Jade, what happens when likes and follows and all that evaporates potentially, or evaporates and then they go, holy crap, and they bring it back.
I think, obviously with Instagram taking away likes, and I think it's going to be coming this week, I think engagement will be down across the board. I think, there's something when you see someone else liking something, you like it too. So I think it'll affect everyone. But again, it'll all be relative. So we'll see what it does, and maybe it makes people more incentivized to engage and put out content that they're excited about and not because they're doing it for the likes. I think we'll see. But I think that the people that are creating content and are passionate about what they're doing, they're going to stay passionate about what they're doing. And the people who are in it for the quick buck are probably going to fade away. And I think it'll probably even out the playing field a lot.
Right.
Instagram's not taking away views, so they're just trying to drive audiences to video and content creators to make video, because advertisers want to run ads over and before videos, not photos. So go to Visco for photos, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
And to add to that last part, sometimes we have producers that come and say, let's work with this influencer who has millions of followers. Half of their followers are based in Latin America.
Right.
And it doesn't move the needle for Univision because we're just US based. So
Right,
again, it just
right.
depends on being very savvy of kind of everything that everyone's saying on like where their audience is
Where
and
the
how
audience
can they actually
is.
be converted.
Right, right. So, pushing to video and using pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll, when influencers are really used to, these entrepreneurs and creators are really used to talking about brands. So if I'm a viewer, if I'm the audience and I'm watching a video that I've already had to, maybe I can't skip, I don't know, pre-roll, and then I've got a brand person, an influencer that is also, based on their skill level, creating content that really is brand integration into a script or off the cuff or however we get it. Then there's a mid-roll, then there's more brand, and then there's a post-roll. So what does that environment look like
Well,
for the audience?
I think that's a little bit up to the influencers to self-manage. That happens on YouTube already, where you can turn off ads on a video. You can say, I don't want to monetize this content with a pre-roll. And you can specify, I don't want pre-roll. I don't want non-skippable pre-roll. I want a sidebar ads, but no video insertion ads. You can specify that, and so the influencer will have to start managing more narrowly and tightly. How do they allow advertisements to encroach on the stuff that they are out there promoting? Because the idea of the core idea behind influencer marketing is that it's more authentic when it comes from a person rather than just a pre-roll or a post-roll ad like is on traditional media. And so if those pre-roll, mid-roll, post-roll ads are encroaching on their credibility as a creator, then they're going to turn them off, and they're going to just gravitate more towards the deals that will allow them to do content integrations rather than ads that are pre-roll or post-roll.
Right, right.
The question will be if platforms start turning off that ability and start
Cool.
saying you can't say that you're not going to run ads before or after this content.
And that's where the data is going to become even more acutely important. So,
They're pushing people that allow the pre-roll and the post-roll.
I would imagine that the algorithm so the YouTube algorithm specifically supports watch time. So anyone who's keeping people on the platform to continue watching is people that they'll promote. And I'm sure that they're going to promote people that make them money.
Right.
And so the people who are putting on ads will probably be promoted in the algorithm higher. I mean, we won't know because Google won't tell us, but it's a business. And so if you think about what makes people money and what works and what doesn't, that's why family-friendly content is promoted and is doing really well and it has a higher CPM on the ads, whereas people who, not to hate on the Paul brothers because they're talented in their own right, but their content isn't as family-friendly, so they're not probably being promoted as much in the algorithm. So I think it does depend.
So let's talk about the gorilla in the room, and because this is the first panel, I get to bring it up first, but it will be at every panel, I'm sure, and it has been the last couple years. It really is 5G. So any insights? If we don't want to talk about it, we don't have to, but I feel like in this world, 5G is really going to be a game changer. Sam?
I just left the Mobile World 5G conference. I was downtown like last week or a week or two ago, and I think the biggest takeaway for me was the doubling and tripling of the sizes of audiences in the world. Different regions who today don't have a phone or internet are going to have internet in the next 3 to 5 years, super quick internet. And so content will kind of spread around the world. And I think as creators, as representatives, we have a fiduciary duty to those regions who heretofore haven't seen anything as crazy as like a Logan Paul video. And we've had 120 years of moving pictures to kind of grow and evolve our tastes to come to a Pulp Fiction or whatever. We're okay with like non-linear, crazy Kim Kardashian. Over there, I don't know. So I think as content, what do we have? 550 million listeners, streamers now in music. That's expected to double in the next 2 to 3 years and triple by the end of the decade. That's insane. So
It's phenomenal growth.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you even get your arms around it?
It's going to cause, we've talked about data several times on this panel already. It's going to cause more of a focus on looking very closely at the data, because as audiences get more and more global, because there's more and more high-speed internet access across the world, it's going to change how we calculate if you've got a brand who's only U.S., they're not going to want to spend as much money on it, even if the following is just as big, even if the engagement is much as big, they won't want to spend as much if the audience is 90% developing world or the rest of the world and only 5% the U.S.
I was just going to say, I think it also really changes the way we view specific types of content. So obviously Quibi is a big player in the short form 3 to 5 minute pieces of content, which is if your mobile is going to be having that fast of internet, if you're on your phone, you're not watching an hour and a half video.
Right.
You don't have
Right.
the time for it.
Yep.
So those 3 to 5 minute pieces of content are actually perfect if you can stream it over really high quality, fast, reliable internet. That's going to change kind of the way we view and our viewing habits.
Right. Isaac?
I have nothing else to add. I think it's awesome for creators, and for us, it doesn't change for Univision because fortunately or unfortunately, we're kind of geo-fenced within the U.S., so we constantly have these conversations where managers give us a quote, and then we go back to the data and say, here's the quote based on your U.S. audience. So it's for us.
But they
it'll
really,
just-
really want their talent in there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just the data for us to have leverage,
Right.
right? And
Right.
everything's not equal, and
And
we just use that.
That will change how brand partnerships are done, because
I
if
think
you've
it's
got-
going to be gigantic.
Like if you've got a following that is truly global and you're getting brands that are regional and they're wanting to do full brand integrations where a whole video is focused on the content for a brand that 90% of your following or 60% of your following can't buy,
Right.
all of a sudden, to that same argument of credibility with your audience, your credibility starts to get chipped away if, I live in Indonesia and all of your content is for US only brands and you're doing a bunch of US only integrations and I'm like, none of this matters to me.
Right. I mean, from a consumer side, wow, what great content's coming our way, right? So that will be exciting. So I'm going to turn it over and do some questions and go right ahead. Say your name.
Scott Kramer. Question is, like Instagram likes, we know what's coming, but it seems that 95% of these platforms, we don't know what's coming, you're blindsided. So how do you plan for that in your plans? Like, how do you tell a brand, like, hey, just be prepared, shit may change at any second?
Well, I think a year ago when we were on this panel, I don't think we knew anything about TikTok. And TikTok is on fire. And so you have to adapt and you have to be able to be nimble and work with what you're working with. So I think e.l.f. Cosmetics did a really good job with a TikTok campaign where they worked with the platform, came up with a specific catchy song they knew would go viral on the platform, worked with 6 influencers, and I think it's over 3 billion
It's
impressions
crazy, yeah.
and views for this brand that probably didn't cost them that much, but it was people who were willing to take a risk based off of what they've learned in the past. So they knew that integrating influencers is important. They knew that being native to the platform and their best practices was important. And so you take what you've learned and you quickly adapt. And anyone who doesn't adapt will get left behind because it's all happening so quickly. And so for us, the way we look at, when we're talking to our talent about how to plan for things, it's, for me, I want all of my clients to have a blog or a website that they own so that they can always drive people and have a mailing list or fans that they can kind of control. But it's also saying what works for your audience, and whenever a new platform comes up or a new platform kind of goes down, you can kind of translate and work with your content and modify it in different ways.
And for us, we couch it in terms of short-term campaigns, long-term strategies. If you have a long-term strategy where you know who you want to move to what place, or what you want to be communicating about your brand, or what you want to be communicating about the content that you're creating, or whatever it is, your short-term campaign's going to change. Like a change can happen, and you're not impacted if it's a month or 2 month long campaign, and then you're pivoting, you're doing something new when you get the new information.
One way to forecast is, it's a little boring, but honestly, watch C-SPAN. I get so much information from what's going on. Really, FCC, the meetings that they're having right now. I mean, everybody's excited about TikTok, but I think the clock is ticking on TikTok in that I have a national security background.
There's your
military police.
quote. There's your quote for your
I was
social
military
media.
police, and I'll tell you, right now on Capitol Hill, there are hearings going on, meetings going on relative to ByteDance, which is a Chinese-based company that owns TikTok. The reason TikTok makes everybody think that they have such big followings and so many views and so many impressions because they merged 200 million Chinese users from their TikTok with the Western's version, which was Musical.ly. So, people growing exponentially, they're not that good of a creator. They have a whole other country with 1.4 billion people on the app. So, and not only that, they're mining our data, they're mining information. So Congress is aware of this. There's meetings going on the Hill right now. There might be a forced severance. ByteDance might have to get rid of TikTok and sell to an American company, or it goes away altogether. You could find out about what's going on with Facebook and Twitter. I just watch C-SPAN. I find out what's going on. I follow the FCC, the commissioner, and you could really forecast, starting with policy.
Isaac, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I feel the best content is just going to be changed. Like the best, smartest influencers that I've seen have constantly been changing. The ones that kind of go away or fizzle away are the ones that stick to a strategy and just pretend that that's going to work forever. We've been really ramping up on our end brand safety and family content for influencers for the past 6 months, and you're kind of seeing now some of the effects that are going to happen in January, right? So for us, we're constantly trying to have conversations with Instagram, with Facebook, with YouTube, and seeing kind of reading between the lines. Sometimes they have blog posts, but they obviously don't share everything that's going on. But just constantly trying to see what the next change is coming, because that is the reality. I feel like a year in digital years is like 10 years in real life. That's the only thing, 6 months, everything's going to be, the next panel is going to be different.
I see
Very
Frank
different.
Donner in the crowd.
I'm Frank Donner. So you talked about...
Can you stand up, Frank? We can't hear you.
You talked about technology, 5G, the speed of things going, things like creating content coming, and then this is a panel about influencers. So if you can look in the distance 5 years, what does an influencer look like? We talked about micro-influencers and people like Casey Neistat, who has a brand I used to follow at the very beginning of this meeting. So the 5 years in the future, we're now becoming a target. There's so much data going on. What is the job? Is there going to be a place for an influencer with so much being able to grasp?
I think there's always going to be a place for an influencer, and what that means is going to change for sure. But you're always going to ask your friend, your mom, your friend's friend, what products they're using, what are they liking, because you trust your friends to give you advice. And what an influencer is someone who has an audience that has built loyalty and trust, and what that will look like and what those platforms will be is going to change. But the premise of trusting someone's opinion is not going to change.
And the question I just want to get in here for our live streaming audience is, what is a 5-year looking glass into what influencers will be?
I think they'll still be around. There'll be a space for them, whether it's a new platform like AI or VR, but the platforms that prioritize influencers and help them monetize, I think those are the ones that are going to win. You saw Vine. It kind of disappeared because it wasn't prioritizing influencers. YouTube has always put the creator at the forefront. They are the ones that are providing the content. They're the reason that the platform exists. So I think there will be always a platform. So I don't know. If I was a creator, I would be excited. And again, just being able to see what the platforms are coming and see which ones are prioritizing me as a content creator.
And as the internet has widened the scope of what local means to us, and local now means a lot bigger than it did 10 years ago, 20 years
Very
ago,
good
60
point.
years ago. There's a huge amount of decision anxiety that people have about when they're making a buying decision. If you're especially new moms are a big one of those groups. You've got people who are newly married, newly in the job market, and who are I don't know what to do. How do I make my resume great? How do I make sure that I'm taking care of my kids in the right way? All of them will look to somebody who's been there before, and they'll look to their local community like they always have, but their local community is bigger now than it was then. And so the local community includes people who are, big influencers who they maybe have never met, but they see them, they've seen them authentically interact with their audience, they've seen them authentically interact with their family, and they trust their opinions. And I say, okay, that's somebody I can look to. So I agree with everybody else. They will still be around. The format will 100% change. In if you said 5 years ago, could you have predicted these things that exist now? None of us could have.
Right. So we have 10 minutes left, so I want to get a show of hands about how many questions do we have so I can gauge this. Okay, so we're going to do a little shorter answers so we can get to more people. Go ahead, please. Say your name.
Hi, Ira Lissa with 3 Black Dot. We're an influencer marketing studio and a 360 transmedia company. I'm just curious, has anyone else experienced brands that are now approaching influencers directly as opposed to working through our community, which is more of the Hollywood gatekeeping experience when it comes to managing influencers? And if so, as this trend may continue, do we see this as something that we can manage and control, or is this something that's just going to wind up being that brands have their own internal influencer marketing studios and just reach out to them directly and make their own deals separately?
Sam, you want
Our
to
clients know we'll drop them if they don't forward an email to us. So, I mean, everything, it's about loyalty. That's my number one pet peeve, so.
Jay, do you have a...
Well, I was just going to say, do you mean like brands going through a third party to create content, or just going directly to?
A DM? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we work with the brands directly. And so there's there's influencer agencies that we work with, influential out there, that we work with often because they're working with a lot of brands, and the brands trust them to execute a large campaign. But there are also brands that we work with directly on like 2 to 3 of our talent because it's cheaper and you don't have to pay that middleman fee. And especially if you trust the influencer to create high quality content and you don't feel the need to include a third party production company in creating that content. It's all, it seems to me, for us, we don't care either way because our profits stay the exact same. But I think it's just on the brand side what's most cost effective and what kind of helps them in their time mostly.
Like media buying, anything that a brand can insource and save money, they will. Right. The question is, what value are, and I say as an agency that does this, that isn't that does play middleman between brands and influencers, we have to find the value that we create.
Absolutely.
Like what do we bring to the brand that makes it better than them going directly to the influencer?
That's right.
And if we can bring something, and we can demonstrate what that something is, we can win.
Then you get more clients. Yeah. Okay, so another question. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Can you say your name?
Alexandria Body. I don't think of myself as an influencer. I'm an actress who writes songs. I have a commercial agent. I'm a rep. They are old school and traditional, and but they do get these calls from brands saying, "Hey, you have an actress or a model who has this kind of following." Da 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 da. So my agents, they try and be as savvy as they can, but their hands are already full. So I try and help them out.
And so what's your question?
My question is, how do I build a good data strategy, or how do I approach like data as an actress who doesn't really care to influence? I want to book roles, but I do care about data.
I was just, so in terms of like, you have access to your data. So you can kind of look through your data and say, when I post at 5 p.m., I have great engagement, but when I post at 10, it flops. So I think it's utilizing that data that you have. And then in terms of like finding a partner to help you with that strategy, there are social media agencies that help with that.
Right, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, and quite frankly, all of these platforms and tools have incredible knowledge base.
Yeah.
So, maybe pour yourself a glass of wine, cup of green tea, whatever your flavor is, and park yourself and watch some. Because then if you actually do work with an agency, engage an agency, you're coming to the table with more knowledge than you have right now. But it's a good question. Yes?
So many questions now, I'm trying to look across.
Okay, tick, tick, tick.
There's such an oversaturation now because everybody has access to making wonderful videos and this and that, stuff, never want to be influencers, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think that it's becoming more of a disconnect of the global, opening up to more of the global connection? Or are we just tightening up more here? And is there any kind of platforms or more marketing towards opening up more global content coming in? I know it's available, but our focus, the American focus.
So, like I said earlier, how the internet has like widened what local means to us. There still is a preference among people to engage with people that they consider to be local. There's still a community aspect to it, which is why actually you see like the biggest growth in influencers right now is in micro influencers, not in the big influencers. There's more micro influencers popping up, and they're growing at a faster rate than anybody else. And that's because it's a small community. You want to be a part of something. Even I forget your name back there in the back, but you mentioned that you followed Casey Neistat since the beginning, and you feel like a part of the Casey Neistat community. And that's like you watched it grow, and that's exciting. But like if you're in early, you feel like an insider. You go like, oh yeah, I followed when it was just like 1,000 people, and that feels exciting. And so while there is like a global growth of these audiences, they will continue to be still smaller communities, even if that small community doesn't all live in the same area. They just live all across the world.
And real quick, super quick, what do you define, and whoever jump in here, but also Kyle, what does Tiny Horse define as a micro? Because a lot of people talk about micro, macro, mini macro, micro. Like
I've heard terms of like nano influencers. Yeah, I've heard nano influencers lately. That's right.
I'm a nano influencer.
Well, nanotechnology is important, so let's go there.
Yeah. I would say like
10 to 100,000?
Something like that. Yeah,
okay.
that would be.
All
That
right,
would be
let's get another question in. I was just curious. Go ahead.
So my name is Susan Marks. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I specialize in cannabis medicine.
Mm-hmm.
So have you seen any change? Obviously, the cannabis industry is kind of exploding. What kind of activity are you seeing in terms of
We have a lot of cannabis brands that want to work with our clients. So there are some clients that are open to it, which is great, but the biggest issue is the LDS compliance. I don't know if that's the right way to frame it, but you have to have an audience over 25 to be able to market, and on YouTube especially, like the audience is a little bit younger, it's getting older. So I think the hardest part is like we have talent that are open and excited to do it. It's just following the rules and making sure that they're not advertising to an audience that's too young, I think is the biggest kind of hurdle as of right now. But we're open to it. Everyone's kind of open to it.
Isaac, you want to jump in?
Yeah, for our influencers or the influencers that we work with, I think there's a side effect. If they do work with, no pun intended. If you work with a cannabis brand, you might be disqualified to work with our CPG brands that are very, very brand, like they have family content at their, their North Star, right? So they have to make that decision if it's an opportunity cost for them in the future. And maybe you as a brand too, like, are you maybe increase the price because there's an opportunity cost for them in the future?
There's like a cannabis community though online, like a cannabis community of influencers online. So you may not be able to go to like get like a Liza Koshy to promote, medical cannabis, but there are definitely a huge community of like, cannabis influencers.
I'm sorry, everyone, we can't get to all your questions, but we got to wrap up because we are. But real quick, like 2 seconds here, like what's next for you? What are you excited about? What are you most excited about right now? Kyle, jump in. I'll come back to you, Sam.
I'm excited about cross-media partnerships. We're working right now with streamers to license influencers' content on other platforms onto streaming platforms, and also have them do marketing work in the rest of the content that they place on the major platforms to drive audience to OTT.
Sam?
The siloing that you're seeing, Quibi and Netflix losing all the Marvel stuff, I like that because it's good for content creators. Like Netflix is looking for a ton of children's content. So if you know anybody that's writing, tell them to start writing some cartoons because they're looking for it. I like the siloing effect because it actually creates a demand.
Okay, Jade?
I'm very excited about creating consumer products with a lot of our clients who can leverage their platform to sell, and podcasts. We have a lot of clients.
Yeah,
and Abrams
go to
has
podcast forum
we have
on
an
Thursday.
in-house podcast studio at our agency. So our
Oh, you
clients
do?
come in and
Okay, so we have
record,
to talk about that. Okay.
Isaac? Just brand safety. I'm excited to see companies that actually can tackle it. We do it in-house. It's very manual, and so it's kind of boring, but it's exciting for us because it minimizes the work that we have to do and the people that we have to hire for that. So
Nothing is boring. Come on, we're in showbiz, baby. All right, so big round of applause for Victor Harwood. Digital Hollywood, our panelists. Applause for yourselves. Thank you for being here to kick everything off. And come meet her. No pitching, but come meet.
What is it, no pitching?
No pitching.
Is that like a rule?
No pitch. We're not a pitch fest here. Oh, yeah. So nice meeting you.
You're at ICM, right?
Yes, for a second.
For a little second. Yeah, I did that. I was at CAA for a while.
Oh, really?
Oh, hi. Good. I'm going to come around that way.
Yeah, managing YouTube channels for a while at Collab. Then I dipped out.
Okay, Hudson. You're not the first person who just told me that. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Well, we go endemic, and also outside of our roster as well. We had, like, for instance, Brandon Calvillo for a little bit. It was a little upsetting. Like, we want Latin kids. They know that their Latin audience Latinos are like, I don't know. I just think it's a little slight racism going on, where like the brand is like looking to sell their sugar-filled crap to a low-income household who may not have a Whole Foods, but they'll go to a Ralph's and get, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm constant. I might not be the right fit for this. Let me get into this. No, for sure. Same.
Random pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, why don't we promote carrots? Like, what are we
Yes, I work
Yeah, I watch.
to bring it to an
outside of how making that
There isn't a company yet. We have a guy that works for us.
You're asking the right question. I don't know the answer.
Justice. Homeland Security. I got interviewed by Homeland Security, and they were great.
Spoke to my son.
What does he do?
He actually, he's doing security for the DOJ.
Oh, wow,
He's
okay.
on 50 Constitution, he was in law enforcement. Joe Biden is back.
All right, Greg. Greg, nice to meet you. Let me get some water.
How's Hunter doing? How's Hunter doing? We didn't have that.
I think he's in big trouble.
Yeah, well,
Okay, David, thank you.
yeah, he was in law enforcement, he was in the Navy, for 7 years, security stuff.
I remember when he joined the military.
Your wife was 7 years. Because we worked together 12 years ago. That's crazy, right?
But we're still here.
Yeah, we're still here. You look good. You look the same.
I'm trying, you too. You look great, but for the walking stick.
Yeah, well, that's,
Well, it makes you look,
British.
I need to be British, I need to have it as an umbrella.
what you mean, what I'd be more Scottish, Harry Walker, but no, Harry, what was his name? The walking stick was called, there was a singer, and I have his albums from like the 20s or 30s.
I didn't know you were that old.
No, but my,
Oh, you're here?
my grandfather owned record stores in the 1910s in New York. So I still have a bunch of the old shellac.
Nice. Do you happen to have a paper copy of your questions? Because I forgot my phone. My phone's in my car. I just want to look at them real quick.
Well, there's just one question.
Okay. Oh, there, this is it.
Hi. I'd shake your hand, but I don't have a hand, so Megan, nice to meet you.
Cheers.
Nice to see you. I need to figure out where I'm sitting.
I'm Greg, good to see you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thanks for moderating. I'm here, so you must be.
How long are you down for?
Right back. Meeting, attorney meetings yesterday.
Good.
Yeah, looks like I picked up a client. They all some TV shows by English. They're all interesting. It's just the timeline is so long. I mean, I actually joked with them. I said, "Is this case? The goal is to have this case resolved before I die."
I know that feeling. Still waiting for, so we're waiting now for their response. Keeps it down. We saw the articles,
And the big one is I just want to interpret, and then you got that one as well.
Yeah. Say again?
Is he granting any?
You don't know. I mean, they responded now that they. I don't know. I think there's going to be another 2 or 3 cases coming out, and hopefully at some point they just want to make it go away. I mean, I'm the strongest because we have the guys who are indicted, so it's as good as it could be. And I'm sure there ought to be some. I mean, if it goes to a jury, they're dead.
You're taking responsibility for our contract employees. That not with the jury.
We'll catch up for a little bit after this.
Sure. Sorry, they told me at the front that everything was in the far back. Okay.
turned out to be.
So I do have to leave exactly at 12:15.
Okay, well, that's not a problem. We will be done by 12:15. Or you can just get up and walk out.
I will.
It wouldn't be the first time.
I'm
Somebody's
not
done
shy.
that.
I'm not shy. It's just not my natural personality. So it's just unfortunate, the timing sometimes. But I can't do anything about it.
We should.
Oh, sorry about that.
We should probably get started.
I thought
Yeah,
that
we
was
should get
Larry.
started. I'm not sure why we're not.
This is spiritual.
Okay, oh, yeah.
This is kind of thinking about it. We're missing someone.
Yeah, we are.
That's not professional. Just not show up.
This is you?
It is.
Nice.
We are one panelist down, but I think we're going to go ahead and get started. That just means that these folks, we can take more questions for these folks from the audience, so that's a good thing. Welcome. My name is Larry Gerbrandt. I'm media analyst, and I've been a principal of my own valuation company, Media Valuation Partners, since 2007. I also sit on the board of probably one of the most successful basic cable networks that you've never heard of. It's called INSP, or Inspiration TV, consistently top 40 rated basic cable network, totally ad-supported, family-oriented programming. And I'm not trying to do a pitch for the network. It's just they're not necessarily looking for more publicity, just more viewers. Anyway, let's get on with the panel. And we're going to be discussing the economics and the availability of capital for the music, television, and motion picture business, and the impact of all the new windows. As some of you may already have heard, Disney Plus launched last night, and it was so successful, it crashed. So had I been home, I would have been one of those who would have been repeatedly hitting the button, trying to find out what was going wrong. So very high-class problem. I would have thought that Disney, of all companies, would have had the resources in place. They knew how they had 2 million people sign up before the service ever launched. But it gives us an indication of where the sector is going, and the consumer demand has not been satiated. I think what we're going to do here is have each of the panelists introduce themselves, give us a little background on their area of expertise, and then we'll start with the panel. So, Megan?
Okay, we didn't try these out, but you can hear me, right? Okay, so my name is Megan Jones, and I am a tax attorney primarily. I work at a firm called Withers Worldwide, and so Withers is a 100-year-old London-based law firm. We say we're a private client firm, so that means we deal with individuals, although we touch everything that they have. So we've got a corporate unit, we've got a litigation unit, we've got tax, trust and estates, and we have a fair number of entertainment-related clients, and so the fun part of my job is negotiating things like agreements where one of our artists is getting ownership of a company just for promoting a product, or one of the guys in our office right now has a client who's buying an island. I have looking at my phone all morning because I have an art deal closing this week if I can make it happen, and then we just do basic things like sell businesses or help start businesses. I was for a while, when I started my career, I was an investment banker in Silicon Valley working in the high-tech industry. I grew up with a dad who's in the high-tech industry, so I have kind of the finance side, the business side, and then also now the legal side. And one of my friends, Matt, is in the audience, and Matt knows that nothing gets me more excited than spreadsheets and the tax code.
A lady after my own heart. I mean, I build spreadsheets for entertainment purposes, so.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Seth?
You two are going to get along. Larry and I used to be business partners, and I've never seen somebody get so excited about pivot tables. I still don't really know what they are. I'm Seth Shapiro. I've worked in digital and television for 25 years. Larry knows this, but I actually moved out here from New York, and my girlfriend and I timed our arrival here to go to this weird thing at the Beverly Hilton called Digital Hollywood in January of 1994. So that's disturbing on a lot of levels. I kind of best known for, I ran a games division at Disney, and then I ran all interactive services at DirecTV. So I launched TiVo. I launched all the NFL original Sunday Ticket, digital services for sports. Went on to do, I think, 60 different interactive TV services, then left to do a JV with Comcast, which actually David over there and Larry were both involved with, and then went on to do a number of OTT services, which I think we're going to be talking about today. And then I launched a network for DirecTV, and then started a new business with IBM, which was an OTT tech stack connected to a blockchain that Larry was involved with. And now, actually, we're going to be launching with some new partners next week, a company devoted to bridging relationships between Hollywood and Asia, primarily Seoul. So I've been working with KOKA, who some of you may know, which is the Korean foreign ministry here. The guy who runs that, Chul Min, has become a good friend, and I think that's going to be for those of you who haven't seen Parasite, I think that's just kind of the beginning of what we'll see as a real Asian wave coming here. So I'm hoping to participate in that.
Greg?
Great. So I'm Greg Bedrosian. Great to see everyone this morning. I come from the finance side of the equation. I'm a co-founder and CEO of a tech and media-focused investment bank called Drakestar Partners. We have 10 offices worldwide. I'm based in our New York office, but I'm out here in LA quite regularly. For that part of the business, we advise both growth stage companies and some of the world's largest media and tech companies on mergers and acquisitions and financings. Outside of my day job, I'm also a senior advisor of a media and entertainment investment fund called MEP Capital. At MEP, we invest in music, film and TV, sports entertainment related businesses with a very structured equity with downside protection as a key theme. For that business, we invest sort of in the $10 million kind of ticket range. On the investment banking advisory side, we tend to work with larger transactions. So I can come at it from both what the big guys are thinking and what many of you, I'm sure, are content creators in the audience, what you're thinking about and how we look at structuring deals.
Well, in that vein, let's find out who is in the audience. How many in here are in the film business? How many in the television business? How about any digital services, OTT? Okay. And how many in the music business? Okay.
And how many performers? Who actually performs too? Okay.
Gaming?
Yeah,
Gaming?
those are good.
Go ahead. Any other sectors?
No, I just said gaming.
Oh, gaming. Okay. Got it. Got it. Very good. I think we're going to start the panel with Greg, and to address specifically, and then we'll move down the panel. We want to talk about how the launch of all these new OTT services, which acquire a totally different set of rights than we're used to. I mean, the windows were always very predictable. even for television, you kind of knew, you produced it, you knew who you were going to sell it to, what the back-end structure was. All of those rules have changed. So the question is, how do the new deal structures between the distributors and the content owners change the investment structure? So, because ultimately it's the profit or the back end that traditionally investors have put the money up for. So we'll start with Greg and work our way down.
I'm sure we can all add value to that question, and everyone has seen the launch of Disney Plus. It's everywhere. Even Bloomberg Business, has Mr. Iger there with the grimace. He's going for it. Look, there's a number of variables. The paradigm has changed, and from the investment side at MEP Capital, where I sit, it's interesting because you have Netflix and Amazon. I've got some numbers that our firm even pulled together. Netflix, $15 billion of content investment. Amazon, $7 billion. A teeny bit of that is sports, but mostly entertainment. Apple, $3 billion, but growing. Those are all new players who are structuring new deals with the content creators. You'd think, and one would imagine, outside of the big tentpole films, right, that are funded by the big studios and they're hundreds of millions of dollars, which maybe some of you are involved in creating, but I imagine most of the audience here is more focused on the indie, high growth opportunities. Outside of those tentpole films, you'd figure that the Amazons and whatnot are coming in and they're spending billions of dollars. Fascinatingly enough, at MEP Capital, we've had more deal flow of really interesting film and TV opportunities. Maybe it's because content creators are feeling like there's more capital out there and they're pushing new opportunities. We've just funded, for example, a Janitors in Space type film with Bruce Willis, and on the more creative side, a UK-based film, a remake of Oliver Twist with Michael Caine as the star and Lena Headey of Game of Thrones. How did we structure those deals, and why were we even in those conversations, right? So we structured those deals, and it's a little bit unique to our fund, but with downside protection. So there were a lot of the back end was actually pre-sold in a bunch of different territories. And then, whether it be the UK or the Bruce Willis film is being done in the state of Georgia, tax credits and other things, there's a way of wrapping transactions where funds like ours are actually certainly taking risk, but our downside is reasonably well protected. The flip side is you've got the Netflixes of the world that are throwing out very substantial upfront guarantees to the content creators. And I think there's a little bit of a yin and a yang between those two kind of structures, big upfront versus more manage the risk on the back end. But let me pause there because I know my panelists have a number of other thoughts and ideas to add to that. But that's the dynamic. It's all being figured out.
Just to stay on that just for a moment, I've been around the industry long enough to remember where I remember investment tax credits. And especially rich oil people in Texas loved them because they needed to diversify their money, and they could actually make money on their investment with essentially no downside risk. Then we went to the era of pre-sales, where between HBO and the international territories, you again had, especially in independent film, you could pretty much pre-sell the movie and get it paid for, maybe a little gap financing, but the real money, of course, was in the back end, and it got much better when the DVD came along. Are we kind of back in a way to where we used to be, that the upfront risk has gone down, but the back end rewards are not there anymore?
I think the back end rewards are a little bit TBD, in part because of the various streaming distribution channels that you're referencing, and the math and the economics are a little less clear on that. That's my vantage point, but my esteemed panelists maybe have other views too. They're living this day to day as well.
Well, Seth, why don't you take a stab at that then?
Well, I think everything you said was spot on. There's a number of different ways to look at this, and I wrote a book called Television in, I guess, about 5 years ago, and did a lot of research into there because I've always been a digital guy. I got really interested in how this business started in the first place, and one of the things that was interesting was in the salad days of the big three, or called big four networks, there were about 60 to 80 scripted shows a year, which is astounding now when you consider that there's over 500, and depending on how you look at it, over 1,000. I mean, it's hard to overstate just how much content production has increased. So that's one factor here. There are just so many more shows being made that nobody can keep track of all of them. I was at a meeting yesterday, a development meeting on another one of the shows that we're doing, and I found out that one of the top shows on Netflix is a glass blowing show. Have any of you even heard of it? It's extremely economically efficient. How much could it cost to do a show on glass blowing? And in terms of their key demos, it's really returning for them. So in one of my production meetings, we wound up, and I'd never even heard of it. So the production has obviously gone through the roof. I think to try and bound this, because there's so many ways to skin this, it's going to be really interesting as Disney Plus, HBO Max, Apple, and Netflix, and others. So Viacom has Pluto, but let's talk about the big four. The models are the same but also different. So for example, HBO, as many of you know, has generally sold the content in different territories because HBO isn't in every territory. So that's already a difference. Stanky can say, what he wants on the content that HBO is going to have, but Warner is going to have Warner Studios, which is part of AT&T now, is going to obviously have some difficult decisions to make because they open movies throughout the world. How many of those what are those windows going to look like when a show that traditionally would have been sold into a traditional broadcaster in other markets in the world is now part of a streaming service? What's that going to look like? Some of you may remember when Netflix started original content. House of Cards was, I believe, on broadcast television in the UK. Why? Because Netflix wasn't in England then. So in terms of where all these rights decisions are going, it's a fascinating chessboard. A good friend of ours who did the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon deal, and has done very elaborate movie financings, said, so 7 years ago he would have said, well, you've got a choice. If you're doing a movie, you can go out, take it out theatrically and roll the dice, or you can have Netflix come in and perhaps say, okay, we're going to give you 150% of your cost, and we're taking the world for a decade, and there's your choice, right? So you got a capped return. You got no distribution anywhere else. You gave up the film for a decade, and you saw that. So it was binary. But I think, having been at a lot of these companies recently, the new guys, they just don't know. I mean, Disney and AT&T are really going to have to figure this stuff out as they go along.
Megan, you're welcome to talk about film and TV, but I know your specialty is music, and that business got disrupted faster and earlier than any of the others. And I'd love to hear a little bit about how the deal structures have changed and kind of where you think it's going, where it's going.
So I don't know why, as I'm sitting here and listening to my panelists who are very experienced, which is a good thing, not a bad, I'm starting to get nostalgic, and I'm thinking back to when I was here at this panel a number of years ago, and there's been this tension between the technology industry and the entertainment industry, and I remember my co-panelists not agreeing with me when I said that, because they were all saying that these technology companies were not going to come in and steal their business, and I pointed out that when you're sitting on $10 billion, it's really easy to hire good people to do things like that. And it's kind of played out in an interesting way. So we and by the way, I was going to add at the beginning, but I didn't. I have a hard stop at 12:15 because I have a client call that started at 12, but that's fine. So I am actually going to get up at 12:15, but you can find me on the internet through my law firm. But we're seeing a lot of, so I've got this tension where I'm always a little bit more, I don't want to say it this way, but a little bit more understanding of the technology side. And again, it's because of growing up in Silicon Valley. And I also, years ago, had a billionaire investor friend of mine say to me about content, he said, who cares about content? It's the platform that matters. And when you talk about all this content out there, there's plenty of content for everyone. I have a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, and I talk about my kids all the time here. My kids pay for content for the most part. My daughter used to bootleg some stuff, but it got just too complicated. And so now she pays, well, I pay for her content. And it's so inexpensive. And then we do a lot of free YouTube. It's a huge battle where, I'm going to digress for 1 second, then I'll get more into music, because I do have a lot to say. My son is very influenceable at 16, and he's got a lot of the gaming world related videos that he watches, but then there's also some really creative, intelligent content on there. The problem is I watch makeup videos, and if anyone watches YouTube and knows of the Tati battles recently, I have had to listen to a 16-year-old complain about what an evil person my makeup guru is. So, that's the world we live in now today. But when we're talking about music, a lot of our clients, I don't even think so much about the content anymore, and this is just because of the kind of work I do. The content is really great. Like our musicians, they've created amazing, fabulous content. We had one who recently sold a film library, took up residency outside the United States because he was not a U.S. resident originally, and U.S. government didn't get any of those tax dollars. But he got a lot of money from it, and so he monetized an actual library of something that he wrote, and he's young. These people are very young sometimes. We also have a lot of musician clients. Again, it's not that their music should be discounted completely, but they are getting LLC interest in companies, and all they're having to do is show a product, at a concert or in a video or whatever, and all of a sudden they get 20% of the company. So yeah, the music is nice, but there are all these other things. We also work some with business managers. When you talk about movies, we have one, we just put together a very complex deal where we don't know who the investors are. It's anonymous. We prepare the documents, and then the name is written in and signed. But basically, these are people in the entertainment industry who are getting film credits. Very complex, under California law, way of getting a tax advantage. But when you're a really successful entertainer, those tax advantages can make a huge difference. I was at another panel, and someone was talking about George Clooney. Does anyone know how George Clooney sold a company for $1 billion? Did you know this? I did not know this. Tequila.
Yeah, custody dose.
Amazing. And so again, yes, he makes great content. I like him in movies. He's fabulous. But there are all these other opportunities now when someone's built the name. And so when you think about, okay, you're a musician, you're an artist, you're a creator, you can start small these days, and you can make a video, and you can put it on YouTube, and you can start developing a client base, and you can network with other YouTubers. I know way too much about this because of my kids, but you can actually build a platform and a name for yourself. There are people like Billie Eilish, again, I've got a 16 and an 18-year-old, who built their career entirely off of the YouTube opportunities. And once you can just get that little in, you're known and you have a reputation, then to me it's not, and again, I come from the technology industry, it's not about the content anymore, it's about the brand and what you can do with the brand.
Since you talk about your kids, I'll talk about mine, actually my grandkids. I worked for years to close down Bank of Dad. I used to joke that that was tattooed on my chest. Now turns out it's the Bank of Granddad, and I have 4 grandchildren. They all know my Apple iTunes password, and I've recently...
I know my Amazon, so I get my Amazon password.
Yeah, and I've recently had to put some rules on how many things you can order and download off of iTunes. The bills were getting pretty large. When all you have to do is punch a button and it shows up on your screen, it's different. I'm actually going to answer a little bit of my own question. as I mentioned earlier, I sat on the board of INSP, and our network is, we've done very well with Westerns. Even old black and white Westerns do well. And our slogan is INSP, or Inspiration TV, where heroes are made. And we've been getting into making original content, mostly the old style made-for-TV movies, kind of in the Hallmark tradition. And while I can't give you specific numbers, we're able to do an hour-and-a-half movie for under $750,000. We're based in Charlotte. We shoot in Georgia, take advantage of the tax credits, do a theatrical window just so that we get, it's considered a theatrical release. The value goes up dramatically if you do that. We have a deal with Netflix where they get after the theatrical, they get a window, and then it comes to our network and we own it outright. I will say that even with all of that, we hope to break even. The goal is that over time you build up a library and you can use these over a very long period of time. But the economics are still somewhat challenging.
I think the economics are challenging, but I also think that because you have to spend less money, you can actually break into industries where maybe you couldn't break into them before. And you can find ways, if you look at it really as a business, as opposed to just being there for kind of the creative side of it, then you can build a really good long-term career. So you'd asked before about, okay, the economics, is there really economics at the end? And I guess I should have phrased it differently. There might not be economics at the end for that content, but there's economics at that end for the brand. And the economics are kind of, sky's the limit, right? Again, I'll go back to, who would have thought when I first saw George Clooney way back when that he would be a billionaire from selling a tequila brand, right? That was the last thing any of us would have expected.
I want to go back to Greg and then work way back down the panel. You talked about TBD, to be decided.
Yep.
What are the most promising new technologies or new ventures that you see beyond, now that we have all the big boys are in? What does that mean for some of the other opportunities? Does a Vimeo go away? Is there room for Pluto's doing streaming ad-supported, essentially linear channels, but you're in a position to see what comes next. So can you give us an idea of at least where some of the newest opportunities are?
Well, I mean, you're kind of hearkening to some of the distribution channels. I mean, I think that some of the biggest change, right, is the multi-screen and watching on, mobile devices, right? So technology, there's a entertainment tech guy in the audience, I don't know what your business does. Technology that is supporting that, and then I would also say we're seeing a lot of interesting things in the gamification of content, which you can look at in a couple of different ways. One is just from a branding perspective, what's I'm not even speaking about esports for a minute, but what's a video game versus what's scripted content, and how one watches that is evolving. But I also think there's technology around how people interact on a gaming platform that is actually used for a lot of other things, like some of the top global consulting firms, a little segue, but use gamification for interviews. So when you're being interviewed, you're not actually answering questions, you're actually playing this sort of obtuse video game that the way you're answering and playing somehow is in a view predicting predicting whether you'll be successful or not in problem solving. So I actually see on the technology side things, it's beyond just I'm watching a show, I'm not watching a show, I'm watching it on my iPhone, I'm not. It's more changing how we actually interact, and I think some of those trends we're starting to see emerge.
Seth?
Technology, the next technology is on the forefront. Twitch, that's the future of a lot of this globally. Esports, so that's a whole. We go start talking about that. There goes the rest of the panel. So I'll just leave that there. But there's another trend going on which is really interesting. One of my former colleagues who's at Amazon now, is a very senior guy. He has a brunch every Christmas, and I went over there, and we're ex-cable guys, obviously, and I don't know if any of you have experienced this, but if you go to Amazon sometimes to watch a show, it will say you can get this show for 30 days. You've had this experience, subscribe to Package X, right? So you go, okay, great. So your kid wants to watch Yo Gabba Gabba, or you want to watch something on Acorn, so you say, okay, fine, and guess what? You're paying for that thing forever, right? So I realized that I'd been paying for one of these channels for like 2.5 years the other day, and but when it first started, I remember saying to my friend, because we were cable, I said, that was you, wasn't it? And he kind of laughed. And I mean, because you're going to wind up seeing these cross pollinations between what worked in the old world and what's going to work in technology with the new world, because so many of the business models that make sense are going to get reinvented. We're getting ready to do a pitch now. And we had a long conversation yesterday at the production company about, is this like, it's almost like we have to do two different pitches, one for the streamers and one for the broadcast networks, because the financial implications of some aspects of the show are so different. In some cases you're going to give up all of the rights, but you're going to retain these. The economic ramifications actually start to get pretty quickly into the creative of the show, and I think that's going to be really interesting. The best example I can think of quickly about that was when Narcos started. I remember watching the first few episodes and having this kind of weird professional feeling, like when this alarm goes off in your head, and I'm like, what is it about the show that's really hitting me? And I realized if I didn't know better, I would not know whether this was a Spanish language production company or an English language production company, because the show was the first season was sort of right down the middle. That was really the beginning of something big. And obviously we've had Chinese and American production companies. We're talking to Korean companies about that, but I think that's a whole other level on top of this.
I think there are a whole bunch of areas which are really exciting. Just to start with his last point, which wasn't where I was going to start, but that's okay. We're seeing a lot of kind of global cross-border content creation and funding, and that's pretty exciting. Just really interesting projects. People here, people in another country, and then they're deciding to make some project elsewhere, and then where are they going to distribute it? It's really interesting. It's complex, but it's really fun. When I think about the technology, I think about the gamification games, right? That's a really huge one. They continue getting more sophisticated. I think of interactive, especially where you can have other people, immersed either physically or online with each other. But I also think one of the really big things, if you're in the content industry or the technology industry, which we need to think about, is artificial intelligence. I mean, artificial intelligence is this thing that's going to hit someday, but yet we're using artificial intelligence every day. When I get my recommendations anywhere, whether it's Amazon or Google or YouTube, it's all artificial intelligence driven. Even now, I think there was a statistic that something like 75% of top 20 songs are going to be at least partially written by artificial intelligence somewhere in 5 years or so. And so what's going to happen going forward is going to really change what content is. Let's say you do work with your AI guy, your AI, and he's helping you write a song or helping you craft a better script or helping you craft a better visual image. That's going to be something that will really change what content is. I've been working on a project on and off on the taxation of artificial intelligence, and it's like, how do you define some of this stuff? If my computer goes off and creates something and I don't know about it, do I own it? I mean, probably, yeah, based on the way the laws are written today, but can I find it? And so this is stuff that, right now, our phones are not even close to running our lives, but in 5 to 10 years, they're going to be way smarter than we are, and they're going to start having our house lights on when we get home and making sure the only content we see is stuff that we're going to like. I mean, all kinds of stuff that I'm trying to put it in words, but the practical reality is they're going to be so much smarter than I am, I probably will never be able to fully articulate it.
What about 5G? This is my last question, then we're going to go to the audience for questions. I keep hearing that it's going to completely change the entertainment and the music business.
5G is, the Chinese government is actually investing big time in 5G, and we are not. So it's rolling out there. That's where a lot of the support for the artificial intelligence is going to come from.
Well, I know they've made that both AI and 5G sort of national priorities. My question for the panel is, do any of you have any insights on how 5G, when it does finally roll out in this country, how it's going to change the business?
Well, effectively all right, so if you think of, if you're a telco, so I'm part of a company called VideoCoin, and we talk about this a lot, and actually we brought the former CTO of Fox over, and that's his main project. If you start thinking about televisions or screens from the perspective of a telco, every television is just another panel, and you start thinking about smart cars, they become more sources of more panels. And there are all of these devices all over the place that potentially get panels on them, and the more you have sort of shorter wave, more location-based transmission, the more narrowcasting and the more transmission you can do, the more. So if you kind of want to look at OTT as this trend from broadcasting to narrowcasting, I think 5G brings that to a whole other level, potentially brings that to a whole other level of specificity. From an economic perspective, it really moves potentially a lot of the way to mobile carriers and new transmission. It's bad news for coax, for example, right? So there's a lot of economic implications in different territories too.
Although, does it wipe out the high-speed access business from, for instance, it's what funds Comcast these days, is they're selling 100 megabit per second internet access. Does that go away and get replaced by 5G?
No, I don't think it goes away, but it's potentially the more screens there are out of home, that'll eventually have. So, I mean, the big move for the traditional MSOs or MVPDs in that sense was this move from the living room based TV to these whole home solutions, and how many devices can your Comcast router or your DirecTV whole home solution deal with now. That's gonna probably accelerate that race for them. They'll have to do more, specific. They'll have to provide more streams, I would imagine.
Okay. We're going to open it up to the floor for questions. Just raise your hand. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
I'm Julia Pierpont. I'm a writer, producer, director, but I'm also a Hollywood liaison for Shinhwa News Agency in general. Excuse me, I'm very curious from each of you to hear what are the most deals that are being done, in what area? You mentioned television at one point, but what are the bulk of the deals you're seeing happening at the moment?
I'm seeing a variety of deals, and so I think mine is more anecdotal. I looked at where funding is these days, and I think that it's still kind of centering around bigger. It's harder to get when you're younger, earlier stage. It's a lot easier to get when you're an established company. So I think on the funding side, when I think about my anecdotal side, what we're seeing, like I mentioned earlier, artists getting ownership and stakes in companies to help promote a product. We're seeing film deals, but they're a little bit more global and creative. I mean, we're working with one right now where it's one of the top talent agencies, but it is a very dispersed global project. And so it's like, 50 people on a phone call kind of thing. But it will happen because they have the funding for it, so it's a guarantee. I think we're also, we don't do a lot, I was saying to Larry earlier, we don't do a lot with the studios, so we're really dealing more with the individuals and the artists and seeing what they're getting access to. We're still getting, for the bigger people, bigger names, they're still getting the traditional deals, obviously. But I think that's and then there's a lot of sales of things that people have built, whether it's a music library, whether it's a technology company. We have a lot of startup companies that have a Chinese element to it because a lot of those people want to come live here, so they establish residency here. A lot of that. So.
You said 20%, by the way, just to follow up, talent is getting up to 20% or is 20%?
What have I seen? I saw a deal recently where talent got 25% of the economics. I saw another one where they got about 12% of the economics. And that's just for, coming in and there's one that we worked with and they initially did one deal and the product exploded. It just, like, as soon as, it's just unbelievable. It's sold out at Walmart kind of thing.
So, in terms of sectors, the thing formerly known as television is still really big. You can define it different ways. So, quick example. So my friends at Talpa in the Netherlands actually got deployed to China. They do the voice. So when the format sold in China, I think the executives in China in charge of that one made a really good decision, which is they actually brought the guys who had built it in the Netherlands over to be consultants. And so that's a really interesting area here because it's sort of still one of the main things that I'd suggest Hollywood's really good at. Hollywood makes really high quality, visually appealing, tight television, and not every market in the world has that. So that's been an interesting market. And then, the format business is super interesting. I remember being in Brazil in 11 or 12, and I think that was the first time I realized it was actually a business back then, even between K-dramas in Korea and Brazilian telenovelas, because they're not that different. They have a lot in common. And I think those are super interesting things. They're all kind of on the broad rubric of what you'd call television. So I guess, that's where I see the most action.
I mean, just to round out, I would say, especially in terms of cross-border flows, which may be relevant for you, it's certainly relevant for what my firm and I do. Inbound, I agree, it tends to be content focused, meaning Europe and especially Asia looking to find a way of tapping what Hollywood and content creators here still do in an exemplary fashion. And I think the other end, the flip side, tends to be more technology driven, and we're also seeing a really big uptick in sports-related investing, but both, again, picking up on your Asian angle, but both directions. But and a lot of that being driven by, as you've seen, the big players, the big tech players buying sports rights, not necessarily for TV, but for other platforms, and the value of live, whether it be we're talking about concerts or live sporting events or live other events in a tech-enabled world, we're all seeing, I think, the value of those live events actually going up dramatically. And so there's not only big tech corporates accumulating those, but there's more entrepreneurial entities kind of starting to scoop up portfolios of those. And I think that's a trend that will continue and is something that we should be on the lookout for.
Down here?
My name is
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, please.
Sorry. Hi, my name is June Lee. I consult for an esports network. I'm also a former founder of an American Asian network. I'm a cable space person too, and I also consult for the Africa channel, and I'm also creative. So I'm a little all over the place. So my question is, who do you guys? There's so much going on, right? And the brands are being built, and like content is not necessarily getting a return on investment, but the brand is increasing, and who gets to capture that most? Is it the artist? Is it the platform? Is it the, you know what I mean? Like, as an investor, making decisions on where you make investments, and as the kind of legal side who's drawing up the investments, I'm very curious as how people are thinking through the structure of things.
That's a really interesting question, because there was something I wanted to mention at some point, and I wasn't finding a way to fit it in, so I'm going to fit it in and then I'll get to your answer. We looked at the Netflix 10K, and I know not everyone here is excited by numbers the way I am, but if you look at the Netflix 10K, you can really learn a lot about their business, because as you look at the international side of their business, they lose more money the more they distribute. So they've obviously decided that they're going to make that investment, and they're heavily, heavily leveraged. So Netflix is betting big on a big upside. They're going to need to make money to pay off the debt that they have. So obviously, if you are a large platform, there's tremendous upside if you can capture and keep your audience, right? We all agree that YouTube is doing just fine. But this is where I'm always the most optimistic panelist. I might not be this time, but I'm usually the most optimistic panelist, because I just think there's so many opportunities. You know, we hear about music that was destroyed and no one knew how to respond to what happened online, and then all of a sudden now we have all these incredibly successful musicians who are starting either online or who develop a brand or who go on to really build a business. So I don't know that it's an easy one to say who will get the most money. The big companies will get the most money because they're the biggest and they have the most to invest. But I think there's tremendous amounts of opportunity and money out there for the people that do something different, unique, and distinctive that touches the audience.
That's a good question. The thing that I think about is when you asked your question is at the Milken conference, I guess it was about 5 years ago, there was a panel that had Bob Iger, and Peter Chernin. Peter Chernin was still the head of Fox, and they asked him what makes a successful CEO of one of these companies, and Chernin gave this great answer, which is the job of those of us up here is to build new business models faster than the old ones erode. And to the extent that we do that, you'll see us back up here next year, and to the extent that we won't, we won't. I kind of think about every client that way. So NBC Broadcast is a client. I remember when Steve Burke invested in, the head of NBC, invested in Snap. And so we were trying to do things with them at Snap. I mean, I think at most of these companies, people are trying, but whether it's a distributor or a studio or a tech platform, it is a bit of a free-for-all, which is super exciting. And I think everybody right now has a tremendous a historically significant upside, but everybody could be done. Everybody could crap out. Everybody could, there's no entrenched, there were companies before that just couldn't fail. I think everybody right now, because there's so much debt for one thing, from the big guys, and because the old models are eroding so fast. It's kind of an amazing time where, we will have breakout players in esports to what you do 4 years ago that aren't even on kind of the global map right now.
Thank you. My name's Edwin Stepp. I have a production company. I produce documentary films, primarily working on some feature films now, and some branded entertainment ideas, mostly for OTT probably. We've talked a lot about the big players, Netflix, Apple, Amazon. Are any of you working with or seeing brands becoming content creators in the model of Red Bull, and what's happening in that now? And where are their distribution points? Are we working with the Netflix, Amazons? What's happening?
So Netflix, I'll go real quick. So Netflix, generally speaking, has a prohibition against that kind of thing. They don't want to see brands. We'll see how long that can last. I was saying a bit ago that we have the show that we're about to take out, and it's going to Netflix, Amazon, NBC, and others, and that's a big part of it. Like, you have to figure out who you're selling to. I think the nature of brand integration and sponsorship is going to have to change. It's going to have to be, and I think it's an area where Asia, in some ways, is just ahead of us. It's going to have to. There's going to have to be more integration of advertising into programming in a way that Hollywood hasn't quite gotten its head around yet. Really, another quick anecdote, when Mad Men was originally developed, because my friends were involved in it, it was actually designed to go out to brands. That was actually part of the high concept of the show. They were going to bring brands into it, and the networks just were not having it. They're like, no, No, and they were also like, by the way, nobody's going to watch the show. So it just kind of goes back to the all-time greatest thing anybody ever said about show business, which is from William Goldman, which is that nobody knows anything.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so great. I mean, I like this crossover. We do a lot of crossover between technology and entertainment, or technology and fashion, and all that mix and stuff. But there's just so many creative people out there who do just such wonderful things. And because of how large our markets are now, you can succeed at a massive scale.
Yeah, I would just add, I mean, on the branding side, actually Red Bull and some of their peers or groups we actually work with, and they're defining the way that they're going to market as, you know, completely different than some of the traditional media players. And so I think there will be a rise as they become more and more adaptive in terms of the passion level of the fans. I also think even going down to the individual brand, as we were talking about earlier, the power of individuals, whether it's George Clooney, who gets to, because he's super famous, you know, create this brand, this beverage brand that sells for, you know, $1 billion, or UCLA football players who will soon be able to you know, monetize their own, you know, their own value, all the way through that spectrum. And so that's where I see a really interesting rise. Now, that doesn't mean everything's going to become $1 billion in terms of value, but I think that trend is continuing, and I think the technology enables that. But I think it's also sort of a logical extension, which again gets back to, which is one of my favorite quotes too, nobody knows anything, because all this in a year when we reconvene could be, you know, in a completely different trajectory, which is why it's kind of fun.
I'll just add one anecdote, and then we'll get to your question. A number of years ago, I do a lot of expert witness work, and this one involved Procter & Gamble. And one of the things I learned was, you know, the term soaps, soap operas, comes from the fact that Procter & Gamble still produces many of the soaps. It's a way of controlling the advertising. But they also own award shows, like the People's Choice Award. That's actually owned by Procter & Gamble. And there's actually quite a few others that of similar ilk that they own. And what they do is they take, let's say they take half the ad inventory. The profit comes from selling the other half of the ad inventory, but they get to control which advertisers come on so that they don't compete with theirs. It's a really good business model because ultimately they get free advertising. If they can sell the rest of the ad spots to cover the cost of production, their half of the ad inventory is free. So it's a very compelling model, and it's one that's been out there for literally decades. I've always been surprised more companies don't do it. Question.
Hi, my name is Kate Christian. I'm a former studio executive that just launched an audio-first media company to create fiction podcasts with a pipeline to film and television. We of course saw the success with Gimlet Media earlier this year, exiting for $230 million to Spotify. I'm really curious and interested in a venture-backed programming strategy, but when we normally go and look at the VCs that are investing, we see they're investing more in tech companies or tech-enabled companies, and then the ones that say they're investing in media companies, when we go and look at their portfolios, they're not necessarily content creation companies, or what I, as a Hollywood exec, think of when I think of a media company. So very great question. When a VC says it's investing in media companies, are there certain categories of media companies that you find VCs are most interested in? And what kind of returns are they looking for? Because there are just less of these unicorn media companies that you might see in the tech world.
Right. Well, I mean, I'd be happy to chat afterwards and learn a little bit more about what you're up to, because we are looking at podcasting businesses. But I think, and I know a bunch of us have experience with venture and media don't really work together. I mean, and the Silicon Valley venture community especially, I like to use the analogy, they're trying to invest in Ferraris. And they want $1 billion public offering the Ferrari making it around the track, but if they don't, they're fine if it crashes into the wall and blows up, because they only need 2 of 10 deals to work, and as long as they're really, really, 10 times their money, even more, the math all works for them. So what they kind of do is, the other 8, if they're crashing into the wall and your business is vaporizing, too bad for you and all your team, but they're kind of like, that it's just a statistic, right? And so it doesn't mesh well typically with media as you would define it coming from that. It's my bench point. I don't know if my panelists agree.
Content is really hard to value. And people that are in the finance world like to value things, and they don't like the idea of creative. Like, what does that mean? I have a mentor who ran Guitar Center, and he said something to me which was super interesting. He said the hardest thing about running Guitar Center was you had to run a business with a whole bunch of creatives, right? Because they're mostly musicians that work at Guitar Center. And so it's just a very different business model. I think if you're looking to make content, you're probably not going to get a lot of traditional VC money. You might, if you're really looking hard and heavy, see who has invested in like kind of businesses, because there might be 1 or 2 or 3. And then also where we're seeing a lot of that type of investment, it's more angel, more an individual who's made a lot of money who likes that type of a business or knows that type of a business.
Well, yeah, to your point, exactly. That's why there are slates, because that's actually something that it's easier to get your head around, right? It's exactly right. Like, traditionally venture wants a 10x, or they want enough big hits to pay off the companies that fail. That sort of midline, the models that you used to build that sort of look at, over this package of rights, what can you expect? That's why the economic models that happen in media do, and they're different people. They're not traditional venture that do those by and large.
Yeah, I had, by the way, my company is called Media Valuation Partners, so it is possible to value things. So, but to your point, in one case, we did a massive statistical study on combinations of movies, in particular budget categories. And as long as you stay away from the really big budget stuff, we modeled what are the odds of any one movie being profitable, any 5 movies being profitable, and any 25 as a package being profitable. And as we ramped up, it turns out that 25 is actually about the sweet spot. If you take enough shots, one of those or more are going to work so that they pay for the whole slate. The odds on any one of them, you put all your bet on one horse, and that's the likelihood of that working on average is very low. So to your point, it's really about scale in many cases, which is why the studios have stayed around for so long. And guess what? If you look at the average studio slate, it's about 20 to 25 films. We have time for one last question. I saw your hand go up. So.
Hi, my name is Marley Roberts. I'm with my sister. I co-founded the Roberts Group, a film and television content company dedicated to creating meaningful content with a film-driven perspective. I'm interested in where technology is taking us and in where's the potential. So my question is, what part of the industry do you still feel is antiquated, that hasn't really caught up yet? Where do you see the most potential in the implementation of AI and other emerging technology? Is it in the creation of content, or is it in deciding what content to make or fund or distribute?
I'll answer part of that question, and I think we're seeing it now with something called deep fakes. But if you combine AI with the deep fake technology, I think there's going to be some very interesting content that comes out of that. So, there'll still be a human element in it. But, if you take the technology that created the latest Lion King film, which was so realistic, you had to kind of, it changed the viewing experience. And then you add in what can be done with the deep fake part of it and AI. I think somebody is going to crack that code, and probably fairly soon.
Well, so was the other part the antiquated? Broadcast networks are in trouble, obviously. They'll be, I think what they'll do, if this was part of your question, what they have to do to remedy is there'll be more appointment television, and they'll figure it out over time. In terms of AI, I always think, having done it on, been successful and completely failed at this, you should work on technology in terms of content if you really love the technology. If you don't have sort of an edge in that technology, or it's not your thing, just let somebody else do it until you can find a way to apply it to your edge. And I'll give you a kind of a weird example, which is you guys are familiar with Masterclass. Watch Timbaland's Masterclass. So this guy has produced hit over hit after hit, and the series is essentially I started in the music business, so it's essentially this guy who's a big record producer, who's got two guys sitting there who are actually writing keyboard parts and drum loops, and those guys are really conversant. They obviously know theory, they know harmony, they know structure, but when Timbaland's giving them instructions, it's like, give me it more, and they're like able to translate into that to something. But when you're actually in the room coming up with media-based technology, it's a weird process, and it's kind of got its own language. And if you don't find yourself in this situation where you've got a great team to do it, it's really hard to catch up. It just sort of becomes like a lightning in a bottle thing. I launched TiVo at DirecTV. That was the right technology at the right time. There have been a lot of DVR technologies. That was the right UX. I think a lot of people pay for that IP now. But if somebody had said, hey, let's create a DVR to compete with that, they never would have gotten anywhere. So, whatever this was.
I don't have anything to add.
Since nobody's pressing us, we'll take you're the last question then.
May I answer
Sure.
part of that question?
There you go.
I make software, write software patents. And does anybody work at YouTube? Okay, so I can say it. What YouTube does to find out what the audience wants to watch is they create what's called a content genome based on piracy. So what they do is they pay a company called Parrot Analytics to analyze BitTorrent. So all the torrents that are being streamed globally, they say, I want to watch this type of content, and they make that type of content. So they break it down into science. So data science, only YouTube's got it figured out. And that's really the antiquated part. Because most filmmakers don't know what the audience really wants to make. But YouTube, because of their analytics, that's their secret sauce. They pay a lot of money for that. And I think the disruption is in breaking down the content genome per region, right? We're not watching the same content right here in this part of the world that they are in San Diego or in New York, but we're reporting it as the U.S. versus Europe, country by country.
Yeah, just to close, I used to work for Nielsen, and one of the things that always fascinated me was the fact that the number one show in the country is rarely the number one show in each of the 210 television markets. Matter of fact, it varies all over the board, and you're making it actually plays itself out in a lot of different ways, including elections. The mistake is to think that this is a homogenous country and a majority think a certain way. And it's increasingly not so. And it's made its way back to content, which is why we now have so many niche content. The key, which YouTube has figured out, is how to aggregate all of those niches together.
Yeah, 65 years of content are uploaded to YouTube every single day.
Yeah.
And differentiating yourself in that, you'll win when you have the data science of your audience, what content they want.
I think we've come to the end. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Megan. And thank all of you for attending and contributing.
like music forward in terms of the content. So we do the partnerships, we do the licensing, and we also do the content.
Okay. One-stop shop for.
That's right.
That's pretty cool.
What do you guys do?
So we have an app called Stardust, which is a movie and TV social media app.
Very cool.
Follow the shows in there too and get all the latest news about it and discuss them with other fans, that kind of thing.
Oh, nice. So you guys data mine, like, who's talking about which shows and all that?
Yeah, we do. We kind of built out an insights tool starting with the trailers. So like when a new trailer comes out for a movie or a show, providing some analytics back to the studios around what was the engagement level, what was the sentiment that people raised it, and then breaking those things down by demographics and helping them get a measure of which trailers are performing the best.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That stuff's pretty wild. I used to do like consumer research for a firm. We did a lot of entertainment work, and remember we did some feedback on the Day After Tomorrow posters.
Okay.
So I don't know if you remember that movie. It was like the disaster movie, right? There's one poster that featured New York flooding. Another one that showed New York freezing.
Yeah.
And so I don't remember which was which, but like,
Some that perform better than others.
well, it was actually there's a strong gender skew. So like, males strongly preferred one of them, females strongly preferred the other, and they're all the same except for it was like just basically flooding versus like freezing.
That's really interesting. And that was back in the 90s, right?
Those are the 2000s.
Okay,
Yeah.
before all of the capabilities you have today to target people based on those things, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays that would be super powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was in the early days of that.
Yeah.
See you guys.
First Street.
Derek.
Brooke. Pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Jeff.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Mark.
Nice to meet you, Mark.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Brooke. Great to see you.
Great to see you. Oh, yeah, yeah. How are you? Good to see you too. How you doing? Not much, it's busy. Floor's always busy, so I'm sure for you too.
Everyone finally decides to do stuff.
Exactly. It's the right gearing up for like 2020. It's always tough. Yeah. How about you? How are things?
Good. Yeah, we just had a forum on Friday, so that was good to. Yeah, we do one every year. Yeah, just to talk right about it.
Yeah.
So that was good to get handled. Yeah, and now it's just like counting down.
Yeah, I'm sure it's busy. Do you have any other events happening in LA?
For the coming weeks.
Okay.
The rest
Good.
of the year, yeah.
You'll have some time for us during the holidays.
Yeah, we're still deciding if we'll go back to Australia for Christmas. Probably will. We always do.
I heard the fire situation in Australia, how there's been like 7 fires happening in Australia right now, and it's hard to like contain them.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, like there's so many of the areas that would have those sorts of populated. So there's probably no infrastructure.
For sure.
I guess the social answer is
Exactly. It's in business. We're actually so
We still like give our friends access to their the ones that like want to access, but
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our panel here at Skirball, Digital Hollywood, Fall 2019. We're evolving the panel into a sort of grander direction this time, and the position is creative data, which is to say, how does Hollywood use data to make decisions? And this is an evolving component of all creative enterprises, whether it's television, film, advertising, or creative concepting. The idea that we have levels of data that are available to us now are shifting everything in terms of certainly measurement, but predictive, not to mention, looking into the future in terms of revamping TV shows or making sequels to movies and measuring marketing campaigns. So it's a very interesting time all across town. So we've got a great panel set up here, and we're live webcasting, and looking forward to a pretty cool session here. So we're going to sort of just jump into the talk, and in a little while we'll do introductions to everybody and what everybody does, but we're just going to sort of jump in head first. A few things that are happening literally, as we speak in the last few days. Today is the launch of Disney Plus, which everybody's been waiting for. And last week, Apple dropped their new streaming programming platform integrated into their existing platform with new original content. And then another little side note is Instagram making an announcement about how they're going to basically hide like counts to the public and the effect of that. So little big things and little things mixed into the conversation here, all of which wrap around data and creative data. So the first thing I just wanted to throw at the panel is, just on the television side, all of us are involved in television at some level. Nielsen ratings have obviously been the currency forever and still are to this day as everything shifts and changes. But what are you all finding is the change in terms of how TV shows, whether it's creators or producers or the networks, how are they measuring success? What are you all finding? Brooke?
I will start. In our space, we're focused on the digital landscape, so a lot of the additional measurement comes from that social data, so analyzing what type of data we get from Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, TikTok, et cetera, around their activations and their campaigns. But I think that's supplemental when you're looking at network television. So obviously it's one data component, but they want to look at eyeballs. And then if you're talking about an HBO or a streaming component, obviously they're analyzing different types of data, right? So Netflix has an advantage that no one else does, where they can see and manage and maintain their subscriptions and really use their data less for directional creativity from an episode to episode standpoint, but more about how do they tune in and how do they display their content to the right people. So it's one element is what we're seeing as the social data component.
Derek?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Derek Forbes, CEO of Stardust. And so I think in the past, releases, particularly movie releases, have been all about the dollars that they drive, starting with the box office. And that's now starting to shift quite a bit towards just the number of streams that they garner as the ultimate measure of success. And with Disney Plus launching and all of the other streaming services coming online, they're moving into the world that Netflix has been living in for years now, which is it's all about the engagement that the content gets to help drive subscription.
Tanya, what are you seeing in terms of the network's needs for measurement of programs?
Yeah, I think, there's, like, if we stick with straight television networks, the big challenge, of course, is ratings are down. Like, for pretty much every can you guys hear me in the back? No? All right, hang on. How about now?
Better.
Okay, excellent. It's every award show, stuff's down 20, 30, in some cases 40% year over year. So I think many of the networks are looking to ancillary platforms like social to start to tell the story and go, hey, like, that's not the whole picture, right? It's saying, how else can we measure interest? How else can we measure enthusiasm? How else can we get a sense for some of those harder to measure audiences that might not be picked up by traditional ratings? So I think, even when it comes to syndication deals or licensing deals, many of the originators of television programming are telling the story about the importance of their programming using social as opposed to purely looking at traditional ratings.
Talon, what are you seeing?
Yeah. So we work with a lot of the networks and some of the big streaming partners as well. And one of the things that we found is, very similar to what Brooke and Tanya were talking about, is that social data is only one piece of the story. And so what we're helping a lot of the clients do is when you take a more holistic approach, in terms of like blending social to see how social data is maybe helping drive viewership or vice versa, that's typically when you start to see and like make these inferences around audience behaviors. Earlier to your point around like Nielsen data, the whole measurement for Nielsen, the entire kind of objective for them is mainly to fuel ad dollars. That's really the whole point. And so for a lot of the streaming platforms that we have been working with, we've been justifying like why partnerships should work because of the quality of the audience that the show is able to retain or maybe that the movie is able to drive. And basically using that type of data in terms of an audience's propensity to spend with that particular brand. And we're sort of moving away from Nielsen, but Nielsen data in terms of viewership is still one piece to the variable.
And Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, I think to Brooke's point, there's been a proliferation in terms of content that's out there and also the number of platforms that are out there. So Nielsen TV ratings aren't enough anymore. And it's, there used to be sort of like one monolithic culture where you had network television and then you had, these, studio movies. And now you have a ton of different social platforms that are delivering content. So it's not just TV or cable or Netflix. It's also YouTube and TikTok. And I think that what we see in our data is that there's been a real generational shift where there's not one single place that everyone is viewing content now, and that you have to think about that sort of fragmentation of the audience and what each sort of component is going to be interested in viewing and how you measure it. And there's not one single source of data for that.
So obviously with more and more networks launching and converging and a few that may go away and millions of touch points, data is going to become a more critical and complicated component for everything that goes, that gets picked up or canceled. But one of the things that we've seen certainly over decades is when you're pitching an idea, if you can say, oh, and we've got a star connected to our, project that we're pitching that has, 10 million fans and followers, that hopefully can, help you sell something through. What are you all seeing in terms of creators, whether it's, a YouTube series or a feature film, how they're using data to sell things? Brooke?
I'm happy to start here, as we live and breathe in this world. So I think this is, everyone across the space is trying to use the data to tell stories. So it's not only the creator, it's the agent, it's the brand, it's the media company. Everyone is trying to analyze the potential audience and impact that will bring across different platforms and networks. One thing that I've seen people do really well is use that data to inform their pitch. Obviously, it's one component. So we work with a lot of the talent agencies, and they'll use it to measure their talent against other talent that they don't represent. So how did they perform historically? How would they potentially perform in the future if they're running the show and providing a lot of activation? And I think historically, we've seen quite a lot of success with shows leveraging their talent to help get that buzz out there. So that's something that we frequently see, but it's really across the gamut. Everyone is trying to analyze that potential audience and data. And then I've also seen some networks get really creative to try and incorporate digital talent into their traditional programming components and do digital assets that match with that narrative and that story that they're doing at the same time. So they're all analyzing the audience and the impact that might have for the creator and the talent, similar to the creator or the talent.
What else you got? Sure.
Sure. So, yeah, I think that's a really good point. And obviously, stars being attached to a project can have a huge impact on its social awareness and therefore on whether it gets greenlit. But the other thing that I think we're seeing a lot more of now is when it's a project attached to an established set of IP with a franchise. So you see now that Game of Thrones is finished. They're talking about producing various spin-offs, which will instantly have an audience because it's such a massive hit, with Breaking Bad, spinning off into El Camino and Better Call Saul, and then now the Star Wars, of course, being turned into a universe beyond just the movies and the theme parks, with The Mandalorian just coming out today to support, in a big way, the release of the Disney Plus platform.
Which also, leads to the whole idea of spin-offs and franchises and reboots, which is essentially what a television show is. A television show is a series of shows. I like the pilot. I want to see this play over the course of the next 3 or 4 months and watch it again next year and next year and next year. And, we see lots of, conversation that criticizes reboots and remakes in Terminator from last week and so forth, yet that is what makes the studios go round. Franchises are what life is all about. And so that's an interesting sort of, dilemma and hurdle and challenge, is to find the next big hit. What are you all, seeing in terms of, like finding formats and repeatable ideas, or a food show that can become the next global sensation?
Well, I think there's two elements. So one, you've got spin-offs being really popular because they're just low risk, right? So if you're dealing with an audience where you don't really know what's going to hit, right? You've got all these different people you got to please. If you know that something's worked in the past, right, you can de-risk yourself. The other way you can de-risk yourself in what we see is looking at data to find less expensive options. So how do you find someone who's up and coming or has, let's say, an audience that's growing but they're not firmly established yet? And so you can create more content more cheaply, and you can sort of hedge your bets on not having that one really expensive project be successful, and you've got a number of options, each of which you have some reason to believe is going to hit a segment that you would like to reach.
So on the marketing side, let's talk about how the networks, whether it's streaming networks or standalone digital series or broadcast or cable networks, are using data to make decisions. So just in terms of marketing campaign side, what are you all finding that the networks are asking for? What are their problems, and what are you all delivering to them to help solve these marketing problems?
Yeah, so just based on some of the networks that we work with, I think it's understanding the audience, because that's ultimately where it starts from. When you're looking at audience data, it ultimately tells a story in terms of, especially when you're looking at it through the marketing lens, of who are the people who are persuadable, who are the people that are advocates, and then who are the lost causes. And when you think about like marketing campaigns, there's a level of investment that's being put forth, and essentially the efficacy of those marketing dollars is purely dependent on a network's ability to reach the persuadables and the advocates, and to not spend their money on the lost causes. So what we're providing networks is more around that audience data of how can we get so hyper-targeted and define the micro segments that are going to minimize the risk of that campaign's investment.
Yeah, I mean,
Tanya?
I'll weigh in. I mean, I would say, I don't know what everyone else thinks, but like there's sort of a differentiation between using data to originate ideas and stories, which I kind of think isn't happening that much. I don't know if anyone has good examples, but I feel like I was like heartbroken a couple years ago. Does everyone remember the Netflix House of Cards? How everyone was like, this was the case example for like using data to create a great series. And then you learn like, oh, actually no, they'd already pitched it to HBO and HBO had passed. And then it got pitched to Netflix and they probably used data to decide, maybe some of the things. I can't reach it. I can either do it like this or I can see it. I don't know. I'm going to have to just pick this up. All right, we're going to make this work. So I was pretty heartbroken because it sounded as if it was originated based on data, but really it was kind of backed by it. And I think that's a distinction. I see that a lot on the marketing side, where I still think the core of, or even, programming research and all of that, I don't know that ideas for new series are coming out of that yet. Maybe it is in some cases, but I still feel like in large part the creatives do what the creatives do, and then maybe we look at it with data and go, okay, well this one seems like it might be more popular because everyone loves skaters now, and the lead character loves skateboard, or whatever it is. So we're sort of seeing a bit of a divide, but still not much when it comes to ideating, but a lot more when it comes to using data to sort of back your hunch, or maybe look a little closer on whether something should be done or not.
Supportive data.
Right, yeah, but I don't think it's coming, like it's kind of defining the edges of the sandbox, but it's not kind of coming up with ideas yet, which would be cool.
I think you're spot on that point, and very much it's about the targeting of the marketing and who you are connecting with to try and build an audience. But there are some cases, we saw this morning where the new trailer of Sonic the Hedgehog came out, which, if you recall, a few months back, it was not well received on social media, and they've used that feedback to directly go back into the creative process and redevelop the character. That may be more possible with a digital film like that than other films, but I think there are a few examples where that kind of thing has happened.
Yeah, I would agree that there's not a whole lot coming out of the ideation phases, but more tweaking and using data to back up decisions from campaign to campaign purposes, or often as you roll out into new markets too. That's frequently where you see people tweak things. Obviously not as easy if you're streaming something to do so, but that will vary depending upon the content vehicle that you're sending the information to. So yeah.
So I just want to show a slide here. This is a slide that we've shown for a while now. This is John Landgraf from FX has been doing this graph at the big TV conference that happens at the end of the year, that's showing basically the trend and growth of scripted programs over time. And you can see on the far left, that's 2002, but then 2010, there were 216 scripted programs produced, and last year the total was 487 scripted programs. And the growth was obviously in the purple, which is streaming, which you can't really see the legend there, but purple is, these are online and streaming programs, which have grown from 48 to 90 to 117 in 2017. And then last year, that went from 2017 to 117 to 160. So obviously the trend is enormous, and unlimited, obviously, on the streaming side, because there is unlimited shelf space. So all of these things seem like assumed and obvious, but the effect that that's going to have across the board in terms of, you know, viewership, and as new platforms are now being delivered, and questions about where my show can be seen given my service, and how much am I paying for bundles and skinny bundles and a la carte. You know, the next 3 years is going to be wildly exciting. And so the next slide I wanted to show you is, this is the content pipeline. These are the major streamers that exist and that are launching in the next few months. Obviously, Peacock will come in the next quarter, we believe, and then HBO Max also, which will come in the spring. But the question and issue and challenge that everybody is looking at are, where is this content coming from in each case? So here's another little slide that shows, you know, Hulu, which is basically being fed by ABC, Fox, and NBC, and that's sort of a combination of what's going on over at Peacock. Prime, which is basically self-generating content, ABC. So you can see, and then, you know, on the HBO Max side, an enormous amount of content from the Warner Brothers library, HBO's library, the CW, Turner Networks, and then Disney now with Fox and ABC and Disney's library. So the landscape for the future is super wild and connected and disconnected all at the same time, which creates enormous opportunities for everybody in this room to help ride the wave here. So let's sort of hang on that slide for a moment. And so given, you know, the notion of all of these, you know, chess pieces being played, you know, before our eyes three-dimensionally, and old deals and new platforms, what are you all sensing or seeing in terms of how decisions are being made in terms of content and deals and syndication and things like that?
Yeah, so I think especially with this landscape, what that means in terms of how we're being approached by a lot of the networks and the studios that we work with is it's ultimately going to be a battle of attention, especially the more fragmented it gets. So that the implication for that is, how do, like from a consumer standpoint, how do we make consumers aware of the particular content, and how do we get it to resonate with them? So it's going to become increasingly more important to emotionally trigger consumers and find the values that are going to resonate with them so that they can engage with the content, especially as it becomes more fragmented.
Yeah, I think really the important thing, because there's so much fragmentation, how do you persuade a consumer to subscribe to your service? And really it's about having shows that are unmissable. And for any given consumer, what is an unmissable show? It varies depending on the person, right? So I may be addicted to The Bachelor, you may be addicted to Riverdale, and often that falls along demographic lines, but it doesn't always. And if you can figure out like the set of people that you're going after and what are the unmissable shows, and create the social buzz around them, because that's the other important thing, is what are my friends all talking about, and therefore I have to watch it as well to be part of the conversation, then you can have a winning formula. But not everyone's going to win, and so I think there will be some that go away and probably some consolidation.
Do you think any one of those networks or streamers are going to fade away,
Well, I'm not going to call out a prediction of any specific one.
I mean, I can't
this
imagine
part, but it's not-
HBO Max or Disney going away.
Well,
ever.
I don't think it's necessarily going to be an entire company or brand that goes away, but they may end up partnering with other providers, content sharing, varying the model from what they're launching with.
One thing to add is obviously Disney has a massive advantage in conjunction with their partnership with Hulu. It's really going to shake up the space quite a bit. And I think given the content that they have on Disney Plus, the Fox or the Simpsons content that is really big, they're able to diversify their audience and have some of those I can't miss moments that you're talking about. So that's going to definitely shake up the space, and I think we will see some type of consolidation. But the other thing, as we all know, Amazon is not as dependent upon their streaming service. It really is an additional aftermath, but they have excellent content. So as a consumer, if there's unmissable content, how do you get your tentacles in? So it is a fight for eyeballs, but it's also a fight for similar thing to the social platforms, fight for attention overall. And the more you can get that content to be dead on to someone and engage with their audience and their friends, the better.
I mean, I'll just add, like, we recently did a study that sort of looked at whether there was any existing loyalty. Because I think a lot of people go, oh, wow, people really love Netflix, or they really, really love this. And what we saw was consumers just don't really give a crap about how there's no loyalty, right? Like, no one's like, I'm only going to watch it if it's on Netflix. And I think that's a big shift, because not that long ago, people defined themselves as an HBO viewer or like specific around networks. And then suddenly, like, TV just got good across the board and a lot of great programming came out. So it's really going to be title by title. But I mean, we were looking even among 18 to 24-year-olds, like the average was accessing content through like 3 or 4 different apps. And there was no sense of preference. It was just how quickly can I figure out where I can get something that I want to watch? And then once I've watched that, is there anything that keeps me there, or do I go back to the well and then sort of seek out where I can view? So, the fight is really around content, and it's going to be less about experience. Like, no one, other than ad-free versus not ad-free, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of stickiness to single platforms. And I think that's going to be a continual thing of, like, how do you have a never-ending stream of content? How do you manage a lot of that? And we'll see that pressure on Netflix, like losing Marvel and losing a lot of those really, big things that had brought people to their platform.
I think that's a huge point, Tanya, because when MTV got rolling, it really defined itself as a network for a demographic. And, when you turn on the television, what channel are you tuned into, or what do you go to first? NBC was that way for a while as well, CBS, and certainly over time, and granted the same with Netflix and now YouTube as a network for first choice for certain, audiences. And so given all of that, as a streaming platform, and there's loads of conversation and controversy and questions and issues about what the streamers are looking at, especially Netflix, who has, momentum at a huge level. What are the streamers, measuring? What are they looking at? What defines a hit? Not everything, the assumption for a while was everything that Netflix is going to produce is obviously based on their proprietary data. So, but they cancel shows and they make one season of certain shows and that's it. So not everything is a hit despite whatever their proprietary data is. What are you all seeing and feeling in terms of how the streamers are measuring, or what are they looking at internally and what are they looking at externally in terms of data?
Well, I think it's the idea of what a hit is. Right? Netflix may want to, for example, build up a bunch of niche shows that appeal to a certain demographic. right? Because what we see is that there's just, because of so much choice there is in entertainment, there is a lot of sort of segmentation about who watches what, right? So my company, we do a lot of analysis of music audiences and understanding like how different genres appeal to different types of consumers. And one of the things that we look at is genres of TV shows. So we've got, something like 20 different genres of TV shows that we look at. We sort of segment out sort of different types of reality shows, different types of talk shows across the 900 genres that we track and the over 2 million artists that we have in our system. And so what we see is there actually is a ton of segmentation. So there's not, going to be, there will be hit shows that kind of have this broad cultural appeal, but you can also win by addressing audiences that have been historically underaddressed, or by addressing, for example, like geek comic book culture, right, which might be a subset of overall sort of pop culture, but you can have a kind of a cult hit, and maybe that's enough to get people to keep their subscriptions, because at the end of the day, if you're subscribing to multiple services, maybe there's 1 or 2 shows that appeal to people who they can't find that content elsewhere. So I think there's a real incentive to think about how do you address underserved audiences and create real passion content.
I think it's pretty similar to, especially like with video games, like how do you continue driving retention? So one of the studies that we've done internally is we looked at like content pieces because the ultimate goal for a Netflix or for a Hulu is how do I keep the person paying for the specific subscription? And so one of the things that we looked at, among many things, but the overall kind of insight was that it typically takes anywhere between 3 to 4 pieces of content to keep a subscriber engaged and continuing to pay for the service and tuned into that specific streaming platform. And so I think what that means, especially like to your point, is it's gone are the days of like macro and reaching like large audiences and casting a wide net there. Especially as we move into more of that personalization economy, it's becoming increasingly more important to find the 3 to 4 shows for a specific person that are going to get them to watch and keep them engaged. And as a result, while that process is happening, what the streaming platforms are doing is collecting data around at what points are the drop-off happening and how can we use those insights to inform future pieces of content, because they need to keep the cycle going for the consumer to keep paying. So I think that's what we're seeing.
So I think this is a good time to set up basically our panel and do introductions now that we've got a nice room of people here. And first let's do why don't you just introduce yourself and talk about real quick what you do at your job. What is your daily job task all about? So Brooke, let's start with you.
Certainly. Hi there, I'm Brooke Hennon. I'm Senior Director of Customer Success at Creator IQ. And at Creator IQ, we help our clients, media companies, brands, and agencies analyze their influencer marketing programs and branded content programs. I work with our success team, so essentially we're in charge of making our clients successful. Day to day, we help them with managing their campaigns and influencer outreach and research in the platform, and really ensuring that we're hitting their KPIs as those evolve, just like you mentioned with the Facebook one today. So.
Hello, I'm Derek Forbes, and I am the CEO and founder of Stardust. Is that loud enough? That's good. And Stardust is a social media app all about movies and TV shows. You can follow all your favorite shows and movies and then get updated on all the news about them, as well as what other fans are saying about them, discuss them with people that are also into the same content and whatnot. And it's really fun. You should check it out.
Hey everybody, I'm Tanya Yuki. I'm the founder and CEO of Shareably, and we're the largest provider of social media competitive benchmarking and intelligence across platforms.
Hi guys, my name is Tallene Kutnuyan and I head up the research and analytics team at Influential. influential. We're a data conversion company in terms of like we work with clients to help them drive their return on investment, whether it's using influencers to drive sales or foot traffic, awareness, changing brand perception. So I help with that part of the business.
Hey, I'm Jeff Rosenfeld. I'm the SVP of Product and Technology at Music Audience Exchange. So what we do is we use data to pair up brands with music artists for partnerships. So the brands can be anything from like consumer packaged goods all the way to Hollywood studios. And so and what we do is we and my job personally is we have all this technology that we use AI to understand how audiences of various artists and genres appeal to different types of consumers. So, a brand comes to us to say, hey, we're trying to reach people who are health conscious and are hikers. They tend to skew female, and they fall into this age range. And what we can do is we can comb our database of over 2 million artists to say, all right, here are some big artists who might be a good fit, or here are some up and coming artists that might be a good fit, and we can then partner them up, and we do all the licensing, we do the content creation.
And I'm Mark Karzan from Relish Mix, and we are a marketing analytics firm here in Hollywood, and we deliver tracking data to movie studios and TV networks, and then super high-level tactical reports that tell them how to adjust campaigns for greater success. And so that leads to another, big question with all of this creative data positioning, which is tactics. Things are not looking so good, and here's an idea of how we can move the needle or reallocate or reposition the campaign or the show. What are some of the things that you guys are starting to see and recommend to your clients across the board? Because 3 years ago, there were things that you couldn't recommend just because there was no ability to actually turn on a certain tactic. But certainly on our side, we see loads of opportunities that absolutely make a big difference. What are you all seeing across, in whether it's television or film, that helps adjust campaigns?
One of the things that we're seeing is that there is a move towards storytelling and personal connection. So, previously, I think there's been a lot of emphasis on awareness. So you want everyone to know when the new season of a show is, and it's all about banner ads and kind of finding sort of like the cheapest sort of possible way to implement the marketing program. I think there's been an awareness that those sorts of awareness campaigns aren't effective anymore, and people kind of tune them out. And so the question is how do you use various platforms in order to connect with consumers and create an experience where they connect with, let's say, an actor from the project through, let's say, an Instagram story or sponsored content that can sort of overcome that gap that's sort of, that, let's say, an awareness campaign can't do.
I think one of the things that have really helped us with the recommendation of tactics to the studios and to the networks that we work with has been using social as one piece of the puzzle to surface the insights and the actionable recommendations that matter. So what I mean by that is demographics as an input or as a data source is becoming less and less predictable. Things are so fluid these days, and it's super hard to just rely simply on social data or demographics data to inform what the tactical and the actionable recommendations should be. So I would say that we have to look at it the same way that we look at the body, right? The body is composed of a skeletal system, there's a nervous system, there's a muscular system, and we can't look at things as just compartmentalized. So one of the things that we have been doing is we've been blending demographics data with psychographics, with behavioral, with attitudinal, with insights around, what content are they engaging with, both from a format standpoint, as well as from like an overall interest and affinity standpoint. What are they purchasing online and offline? And the more we can craft a story that holistically shows every single element, the more we can surface what those consumers' emotional triggers are. And if we understand their emotional triggers, so for example, do they prefer nostalgia content over any other type of content, and why? That can help inform everything from the media mix to the type of creative, as well as like the overall distribution strategy.
What are some of the other tactics that you guys are seeing that move the needle well? I mean, especially, you know, let's talk about influencer. We can move into the influencer component. Obviously, entertainment marketing has the dream marketing tool, which are movie stars and actors with huge followings, which is what consumer brands pay for. Certainly shows paying for their talent, but when you have an influencer or an actor, you know, if you have The Rock or Kevin Hart or Tiffany Haddish in your show and they're gung-ho to spread the word, that's the ideal scenario. But sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have a great actor who's non-social, and that becomes another issue. So what are you all seeing, and where are things going on the influencer side in terms of marketing and promoting TV and streaming and movies?
I'll jump in here. I think one thing that we're talking about all the time is authenticity, obviously, and it goes down to obviously resonating with the audience, but making sure that the content is on target. So any success that we see a lot of our clients have, you know, Disney does a great job of really activating their influencer audience just as they would any consumer. So they're finding creators that are fans and love their products and their platforms and their content. And that's the consistent story. It's all about experience as well. It's not solely about the content. It's about the Disney experience and the Disney brand. So with every single activation they have, every movie, there's an influencer component typically, and it will vary depending upon whether they have The Rock in their back pocket or not, as far as what they activate and what they do, but it has to resonate with what they're trying to accomplish. So another thing is an awareness campaign is very different than a campaign that you're solely looking at converting and people purchasing products around. So what does that mean for our clients, and what is the proper segment of the right type of people to help amplify that message out there? So that's one thing that I'd say I see across the board, whether it's in entertainment or everyone is trying to connect personally still today, because we are so disconnected all the time. So how do we bring that content into a live experience?
The only thing I'll add is I think it's really the trick of it is how much you know going in and up front. You know, Talon, you were talking a lot about sort of essentially the, you know, consumer insights and journey mapping. You know, just to use a simple example, you know, if you think about like the latest Oceans movie, which was all women, thinking about, you know, will there be a segment of the audience that will care because it's women-led, or because they love the Oceans franchise, or because they love the genre, or because they love, you know, to go to films that depict minorities or whatever. So there's all these kind of hot buttons, but you can't sort of optimize in reverse. If you haven't thought about it up front, it's very hard to go, gosh, you know, women just aren't showing up, they don't care, we need to pivot. You know, ideally you've mapped that out and gone, you know, here's what we believe are the set of things that will be triggers or that will be effective, and then, you know, it's optimizing across. But you do have to do that initial work up front of thinking about what the options could be, and that's the trick, because you know, we as an industry, we learn to place very big bets, and they're usually single bets. It's kind of Super Bowl thinking, right? It's like all your dreams and hopes and budget go into this one piece of creative. And digital is all about optimization.
So how do you activate an influencer? Even if you have a paid influencer with the influencer agencies that we have sitting here, when you all need to, you know, twist their arm to get more involved, and certainly this is something that we deal with all the time with all of our movie and TV projects, is how do we get the movies, the actors in a program to activate more effectively? What are some of the things that you all are seeing in terms of how to fine-tune their efforts?
Put it in the agreement.
That is true.
It sounds comical.
I mean, we see this all the time.
But it's really true. Like, people go, oh, wow, this person's going to be amazing, this huge influencer. And they're like, they're not going to post for you. Unless, you know,
Right.
Not always, right? You assume that because they're big on social, they'll be aligned with that desire. So I know that that doesn't always work out. So it's just a good thing to define up front.
I think authenticity is the other really important part. So that, you know, I think as long as like the talent is really invested in the project, right, and can sort of communicate that enthusiasm, I think that's really important, because, you know, when in the influencer space, I think people can sort of detect phonies, and there's a lot of paid content out there. And so if you have really interesting content that's delivered by someone who's passionate about what they're talking about, I think that's going to perform miles better than just paying someone to reference the project.
Yeah, and arguably contractual requirements are kind of the opposite of an influencer being authentic about their support of a product. Sometimes, well, these guys are actors, so maybe they're really good at pretending. But yeah, I think, you know, some influencers are really good at building awareness for brands if they have a large following, and then others are better at actually generating purchase intent. And that's partly about their following and how invested their followers are into the person, and how much, at what lengths they'll go to do whatever the influencer tells them to do. And it's partly about how they portray the product in the particular integration. And I think those are really important things to measure in terms of track records of such influencers. You guys probably do that kind of thing, I bet. Yeah, I'll let her add more on that.
Yeah, I think it goes back to a lot of coaching too. That's why there are so many different people in the industry that work with talent, whether it's traditional talent or digital talent. You want to find the right talent to match with the authentic content, but we're all humans, and there's an element of talent management that goes into any effective campaign to make sure that it does feel authentic. So I think there wouldn't be many of the agencies in the world if we didn't have that element of talent and variability that lives with people.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think one of the ways that we look at it is the way a virus spreads, or like an epidemiology model, is no different than an influencer model. So I think one of the things that we're looking at is there's obviously a message that's trying to be spread. That's why they want to activate the influencer. But what we like to do to make that influencer activation successful is, what is the propensity and how strong is that bond between like the influencer and their audience, by using like multiple different metrics. Because if we can measure that, then that increases the chances of that message being spread to the consumer and that consumer taking the action. So we like to kind of approach it from like the same lens of an epidemiology model.
And so what sort of metrics are you looking at?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we look is the audience's existing like content consumption, both on social as well as offline, in terms of the types of shows that they're consuming. If we're specifically working with a brand that is looking to activate influencers, so let's just say they're a CPG brand or they're an auto company, what we look at is the propensity for that consumer to actually buy, and that propensity that the audience is already displaying and engaging with the influencer. So everything from sentiment to online and offline purchase data to content consumption behavior, we use all of those inputs to basically measure that relationship between the influencer as well as the audience, because similar to a virality model, that's essentially how you get virus to spread.
So speaking of influencers, I'm sure everybody in the room a week ago saw that Jennifer Aniston activated on Instagram, or a week and a half ago, which was, phenomenal. And the idea of, and she confessed that she was, an active Instagram user, but, under a sort of a, ghost account. And to see the effect of her activation over the course of just 24 hours was mind-boggling. And what, I think 14 million followers in a day, and 10 million likes per post every few days, and obviously in advance of her Apple TV Plus TV show. So Apple was very pleased about that. But that's sort of like the ultimate best case scenario. And she's a big star, but that proves that she's a superstar. That's enormous. And so that becomes everybody's case study in terms of the power of an influencer. What were your thoughts about that? Anybody?
Well, I think one of the things that social media does is to sort of flatten things out so that, you can have a personal relationship with a star of Jennifer Aniston's level, right? And so I think that's, for influencer campaign, right, that's a way for you to sort of personally reach, your target audience in a way that, doesn't feel like it would have been attainable before, right? So now I can be Jennifer Aniston's friend in a way that I could never be before.
Well, I thought it was cool. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's not all that surprising, though, given the impact of Jennifer Aniston. And we've seen people like Chrissy Teigen or other people who are traditional talent, but they toggle on the influencer landscape, and they've done it so well. So for someone with the bankability of Jennifer Aniston to do that, it's, it proves the value of, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's following, and the fact that the bankable stars still have a massive appeal. But it does vary depending upon what you're trying to accomplish. So I'd say definitely great to see. And I think, to your point, the consumers can relate directly to the talent. So hopefully it will continue to transform as more and more people engage. Yeah.
So one of you all mentioned predictions earlier. Was it you, Talon?
Yeah.
So predictive data is something that the movie business obviously plays with heavily. Well, I don't know if everybody knows this, but every week as movies are preparing to open, and this being Tuesday, like today's a heavy day across town with emails and texts and faxes and smoke signals being sent up predicting how every movie's going to open. And the question is why, what difference does it make if you predict it correctly or not? And, the traditional movie marketers all trace this back to a Coca-Cola marketing executive who came over to Columbia Pictures a few decades ago, who brought some of that marketing methodology of predicting how well a campaign was going to impact sales. And so now the big question is, on the green lighting side, when you're looking at a script with a budget and a marketing budget, you're saying, given these, metrics, we've got Terminator at $180 million budget with these movie stars opening on this date. This is what we think it will open at. And so predictions are a huge component of the film business. On the TV side, it's obviously a different sort of set of predictions. And measuring success of a campaign and measuring the success of a premiere in regards to a pickup is really what it's all about. So I just wanted to talk about predictive data and what you guys are seeing in terms of the data that you collect and you see and how that's being used? Sort of a wide question, but the real question is, what of the data that you're seeing are you using to predict outcomes?
I can talk a little bit about the opening gross part, if you like. And really that's kind of come from the traditional world of movie distribution, where once you know the opening gross for the weekend, you can basically use a spreadsheet to calculate the total revenue of the film and the total profitability of the film. And so that's why so much effort went into, so many resources go into the opening weekend. And so, everyone's bonuses at the studio are based on how does it perform on the opening weekend. And so it's all been set up around that model, which is why everyone cares so much about it. But that's, of course, all going to shift dramatically now that the releasing model is becoming so different. And some of the studios are starting to introduce different models for measuring success internally. And so I think while opening weekend gross will still be important, it will be not the only factor that determines whether a release was a success or not. On the second part of your question about prediction, I'm not in the game of predicting opening grosses, but what we do is we have some machine learning which is all about predicting content, predicting titles that an individual will really love based on how they've rated other titles in our app. And so one of the questions that begins to emerge with this proliferation of platforms is when you sit down to watch TV, you're like, what the hell should I watch? Mm-hmm. So we strive to answer that question by each week giving you just 5 things that we know you're going to really love across a variety of different genres. And we're really confident that if you watch any one of those, you're going to love it. So, and that's all built on machine learning, but we don't position it like that because consumers don't really care about ML or AI or any of those things. They just want to know that it's magically great at producing predictions for them.
Yeah, and I think to your point, the old model was very much like, in terms of like being able to like predict movies, was like, all right, what are some comparable titles with similar star power and what was their opening box office gross, and then 80% of the total revenue is going to fall into theatrical and 20% is going to fall into all these other buckets like home entertainment and streaming and all of that. What that old model doesn't take into account, and that model has like been around for years, is how much social can influence and change behavior. And so I think for one of the studios that we have been working with, it's we've seen a lot of correlations between social data and how particular topics, whether it's related to the movie or around a particular theme of the movie, can be predictive in terms of box office revenue. And so the correlation with that, with those data points, is very strong. And we believe that can also be built into the model to essentially build something that's a little bit more predictable. Unfortunately, during the current greenlighting phase, a lot of studio executives and creatives, they're not, to Tanya's point earlier, they're not going into those rooms and saying, we're going to produce a film because we're going to produce this kind of film because 80% of the people are talking about this particular topic and the star power is going to be X and Y and Z. It's definitely like an afterthought, but the more predictable we can be during the greenlighting stage, that is ultimately what helps the profit and loss statements for their estimation process.
A few questions, and you have to speak loud.
Okay, got it. So my question is about the deterministic nature of data analytics. Is anyone in the data analytics world in the film and entertainment industry concerned about stifling innovation through having very deterministic and convergent data analytics processes that are kind of, you keep rehashing data,
take that one. So are you kind of asking?
Repeat his question
Oh,
somehow.
oh gosh.
So is the question, how are studios using data to make decisions on green lighting?
Well, it was.
Creative.
Yeah, so it's basically your central thesis, if I'm understanding it, is that by the machines gauging what people like based on what they've historically liked, how is that stifling, if you will? I mean, you call it innovation. I would say, what is the machine's role in forcing people to want stuff that they don't want? I think of it more in the context of this often comes up in the context of social media networks and the news feed, right? Like if I am heavily left, I see everything that's heavily left. I believe that the whole world is, I can't even imagine an alternative view, and there's nothing being pushed to me that would challenge my way of seeing the world or my framework for it. I think the short answer is, I don't think that any kind of ML or any sort of advanced data is so influential that it's actually going to be problematic at this stage. I think it's a very real thing to think about for the future. But I think it actually raises a bigger, almost ethical question of whose role is it to encourage people to have a broad diversity of taste or to be open to watching films that they wouldn't want to watch, right? Like, is that the role of education? Is it the role of the entertainment industry? Is it the role of government? I don't know. So to me, that's more of an ethical question as opposed to sort of a technical one.
Yeah, and I think that raises so many points for me personally. I think that's a really great question. I think as much as like we're up here talking about data, there's an art to the science, and that shouldn't go away. And there's a certain level of intuition that a creative brings into a project. And data shouldn't limit that creativity, it should only enhance it and give that creative the guardrails it needs to create, whether it's content or social, whatever it is. I think the second point that comes up for me in particular is that a lot of these algorithms or decisions that are recommended, whether it's from AI or any type of machine learning platform, they only take into account what happened historically. And if there weren't enough inputs to basically surface, if there weren't enough input, so for example, if all the data that we're looking at is people who, if the studio created content that was purely sci-fi, then the output is going to be keep making more sci-fi. So you have to give the model diversity, and you have to look at the outliers, because in the outliers, that's where creative is actually sparked.
Yeah, I think it also depends on what you're trying to your model, what you're trying to optimize it for. So if you're just trying to optimize for, let's say, revenue based on past revenue, then maybe you have that problem that you talk about. But you could also try to say, all right, where have we underinvested and looked at essentially like projects that have performed better than expected that have fewer competitors out there. So, I mean, not that you can ever get great entertainment from algorithms, but like, I don't think it's necessarily the outcome of using data that you end up with only one type of movie because historically that's done well and now we've made more of them. So I think, a real good sort of analytics department is going to think about, all right, what can we learn in terms of areas for underinvestment and, who can we appeal to that hasn't been appealed to with whatever the current sort of trend is.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I was just going to say one last thing. Is that okay?
One last thing.
I was going to say I wouldn't be too worried about it because we've got more data than ever available to studios and content producers, and arguably we're living in a golden age of scripted content right now. There's more great shows across a spectrum of genres than anyone can watch right now, I would say many people agree with.
So, Brooke, Derek, Tanya, Talon, and Jeff, thank you very much for being here today. And hope you all enjoy Digital Hollywood all week.
Would you take a photo of us?
Oh, great. Good shot. Everybody stand
I
up.
love your epidemiology analogy. I'm going to steal it.
Yeah, please do.
Stand up and line up.
Please do. Oh my gosh.
It's actually not that dissimilar to what occurs
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Depends which platform, yeah.
3, 2, 1. One more time for safety and one last time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Depends which platform.
On tight, green, tight.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Thank you. Quick question.
Nice to see you.
Yep.
So right now, I'm a software guy. Either of you have a wonderful ability model that correlates your various data channels and quantifying its specific ROI? So for instance, in music,
Yeah, let's check out the app. I don't mean, you mean like real
TV or film. There would be a, we want to create something and we have to go out to a brand and say, all right, our model, our business, our widget says we can, using this piece of magic stuff here, we can click and say, this push down these different data channels.
Hopefully if you wait it out.
It's going to correlate
Yeah, we actually have that. We do it for sales, like online and offline sales, as well as like foot traffic. And it is very much one-to-one.
And when you, so you're dealing with a brand.
Yeah.
And all right. Our catalog is 2 million songs, 5 million, whatever. And you need a Procter & Gamble or Unilever or General Mills or Dove Soap saying, hey, you should convince them you should attach your brand dollars to this song of this artist, and it will generate X amount in sales as a direct result of you doing that.
So most of our data that's very predictive like that is around lead generation. So we work with like a lot of brands like auto manufacturers, telecom, right? And so we have really good models now that can show, at the 80th percentile, there's an 80% chance you're going to have this many leads or more, right? And then we can work with the brand to say, all right, how much is the lead worth to you? To go the ROI that way.
I don't have a card on me, but I can give you my email address and stuff.
Conversion. Yes. So for a lot of the particularly the auto clients that we work with, we're able to then track those individuals to see if they bought an auto lead as a result of the campaign, right? So we've got this sort of like PII now, right? That they've responded to that campaign, and then we can follow up with a couple of experienced.
And I believe we connected on LinkedIn.
So we can actually say, all right, here's how much we generated for you, above what you paid.
My last name's really long, so it's Armenian.
Tech-enabled agency.
Are you guys located in LA or? That's awesome. Okay, very cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Please, yes, please do. It was so nice putting a name to the face. So thank you. Hi.
Oh, nice.
That's why, and we got hooked up on Messenger. And we're in the I said to my
Okay.
Absolutely. That sounds good.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hi. Hey, this is Jeff. Nice to meet you.
For that specific, for the content? Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
Online today, unfortunately, but I can write my details down.
Yeah. That's something, I'd love to set up a call and understand more, but it's something that we might be able to help with.
Okay.
So you must email this right now.
Perfect.
It's called
Yeah.
Similar to that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
That's right.
Got it. Okay. Okay, sounds good. I will definitely reach out and we should continue talking. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I can
that,
enter my
just
email
sometimes
address too.
traveling, I
I don't have any business cards on me.
Yeah, I think
Sure.
early breakfast.
Yep.
Same.
Grab a coffee or something and do that. Oh, yeah, let me just make a note.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be great to understand what you're looking across
Sure.
and sort of how stuff fits and
And we've got,
Yeah.
I can type it
So,
in
so
for
do
you.
you know like the most similar artists in terms of the music that you're creating?
A lot of my sales teams work mostly with ad sales research.
Right. So, I mean, one thing you can do is you can start to
It's Armenian.
advertise to people who follow the musicians, right, who will have the most similar sort of sound to you. Right. So like, so for your e-commerce platform, you're going to be selling your music and sort of in like music lessons based on kind of like, right. So I would start to look at other ones. So I would find those artists who have like, most similar to you, right? So you feel like if an audience likes this artist, they're also going to like you.
Very cool. I'm going to check you guys
And
out.
on
And
like,
please
you
feel
can
free to
create
reach
like
out.
Instagram ads, right? Do you have like an Instagram yet? And so you can actually promote your music to people who follow those other artists, right? And it's a good way to get in front of people who are most likely to like your music, because in terms of like travelers, you know, there's all types of people who travel, right? And so you're going to be most likely, you're going to have your highest ROI if you're just focused on the music itself. Those are the people who like to interact with that style of music on social media, and you can start to build your audience that way. But I think social media is a really good place to start. Okay, yeah. Facebook's great. So I mean, again, you do the same thing on Facebook, right? You find the artists who are most similar to you, and you can run ads.
I believe opportunities, I think there are opportunities for companies, particularly as Copperfield is now fully autonomous.
Right.
And,
Sure.
and you're already seeing growth.
Yep.
I mean, half of my former colleagues are running out because aware of the challenge.
Okay, so one thing you can do is you can go on to go onto Facebook. Okay, if you set up like a Facebook sort of like advertiser account because you're going to be advertising, and you can pull up a page of one of those artists, and Facebook will actually tell you what is a profile of. I mean, it's some very basic data, but it'll help you get you a start. But I think that the one attribute that's going to be the most important to you is going to be the music one. So all those other ones, those will be secondary. Really, I think passion for the same style of music is going to be number one. Sure thing.
Nothing from your
I don't have a card on me.
really works. No network declared anything failure. In fact,
Okay.
So under the category of nothing's really working, therefore
Everything's
everything's working. And with the primary data that between ABC and 5, Apple immediately went to the defense. Heads up talking about possibility of more transparent data. Which is unusual. We actually just dropped into a series there, and they communicated to us.
Oh, interesting. So you're trying to basically say, like, you want to be able to target ads based on the music rather than based on the individual. Is it digital or is it broadcast? Is it cable television or streaming?
Nevertheless, yeah.
But the analogy I use going back to is that there was never a reason for HBO or Showtime to purchase rating because they're not in sports. But when it got to the point where they had to justify
Right,
it,
yeah.
they're particularly pound agencies, they ultimately wound up getting
Into that game, right? Yeah.
Right. So
It was measuring error.
it was measuring input, and I see that there are similar opportunities in the streaming space, and I think
companies that create specialized
Oh, interesting. So how many people are currently have their music on the network? So it's all
partners that
oh, got it.
know how to help them interpret. Because some of these companies have switch outs. They have one data scientist.
Oh, cool.
I really appreciate these sometime. I'll reach out to you.
Yeah, but let's plan on Thursday. That would be great. Thank you.
Cuban network, it's not exclusive though, so we're typically working with their managers and agents whenever they want
Yeah, so you just find me on LinkedIn and we can chat. So just like yeah, sure.
But I am like
cool.
Yeah,
I am.
That's why I
Yep.
found
Oh, wow.
Like I agree with that.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think eventually they will be. You're seeing corporations.
Great. So hit me up and let's brainstorm. How you doing?
Yeah, that's the thing. So I was kind of curious about like who are these people that are making these outreach films? Because actually it can be very different. And I know like I made like a film production, so like I'm very worried knowing that there's
Okay, cool. Yeah. So you guys do like visualizations and stuff? I don't have a card with me, but yeah, sure. Yeah. Why don't you just find me on LinkedIn? You can just take a yeah on LinkedIn. Yeah. Oh sure, yeah. It's just my name, Jeff Rosenfeld.
Right now.
JEF, just like there you go. Yeah, here's right here. Yep.
Particularly in creative. Maybe more so like
And you go with town.
Yep. Your music audience exchange. Oh, you have an F at the end.
Yeah, I was talking about.
Oh, you have an F at the end. Just change the F to a D.
My horrible
There you go. It's no, it's on the third one. Yep.
No, this isn't the product.
Just click on the dots there.
Yeah,
follow, and that'll help. Oh yeah, I should be able to find you based on the follow. Yeah, I think so. And I've also got your card here. Oh yeah, there we go.
Based on
Is that you?
That's my company. But now I see that.
Music.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, we're part of the study that's basically said greenlighting is 90% based on gut.
It's we do music-based advertising.
TV shows are another thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys follow.
So you know a lot of good musicians.
Yeah.
I need a choreographer.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Cool.
So it's like the album that you bring.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. What type of music do you play? Oh, sweet. Wow, very cool. What style of electronic is it?
That's like what I. So
Dream pop. Okay, yeah. What's that?
I would say you do music.
Okay, please, yeah. Awesome. It's Jeff at musicaudience.net.
Everything about it is more data, right? Like you'll hear someone say, hey, some check.
It's JEFF
JEFF.
at music
70% of music
audience.
Yeah.
No, it's music.
Really don't see any.
Yeah, sure.
But it's a very anecdotal. Like our clients, like our financial services clients, love what they do.
I don't get into those conversations.
So there's no expected number of like
Audience. Yeah, music audience.
Okay, see you.
Great.
See you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
But so that for the folks that are in financial services, we think everyone in production services, whatever, financial services, then they can go and like see, what the nuances are there. But yeah, that and the bidding for us really on this side was really focused on, that's why I said it's like distribution piece. It is really focused on how are you helping us get made, so you're bidding. Right, it's a way to involve for your, let's say you want to do something, you're like coming up in a computer place, right? And then you're back, because I'll put that, and I'll be the first one to get paid. We have a waterfall.
I mean, they're sure bikes,
It's called Missing Basic,
but I think these are like the cheap. You know what the problem is? ¿Sabes lo que es el problema? They're too low. That's the problem.
Eso es lo que, ese es el problema que tengo con uno de los micrófonos allá.
They're too low.
You know, este tabletop is.
These tabletops are like, I mean, let me see. I mean, it's here, but they're like, check, here, watch.
Ellos no van a hacer esto.
No, they won't like talk like this. They talk. Se sientan así. See, if they're like this far, I mean, look how far it is. And it's a dynamic microphone. It's not a condenser. So it doesn't. It's got to be like super directional. Yeah.
El 58 is a.
El 58, yeah. No, that's dynamic.
Like this one?
Yeah. They're all dynamic.
¿Cuál es el condensador? El cuadrado.
Condenser? El condenser is any microphone that requires 48 volts. You know phantom power on the board? You know phantom power? Any microphone that...
Like a gooseneck. Como gooseneck?
Yeah, like the slim lines. Yeah. Any microphone that requires 48 volts is a condenser microphone. It requires 48 volts of power to it. These are dynamic is what they call them. They have a moving coil. See, this is more like, it takes more, like you can really like yell into it and it's like, it's not gonna like, yeah, it won't distort. No, the other ones are, like a lot of the studio microphones that you hear like on music, those are condenser microphones. They don't use these kind of microphones to record music. Let's go over there. Let's go see over. Maybe they have something over there.
Last year. sure you have a lot of experience trying to do that. Well, that's so fire haunted with weather in a channel. The weather channel, you gotta take cars down TV too. I was just talking about it, sort of like an overview, and I give you like a card. Do you have a, did we already, we got your copy? No, yeah, that's right here. And I can give it to you. I just wanted to make sure I had yours. I might be changing my number, but it's not working very well. Oh, yeah. And they won't let you keep your number? I thought they had to fork numbers nowadays. I needed an extra number. Yeah. And so I did their IP number. It's the worst IP. Yeah. Yeah, I used to have that problem with Verizon too, actually, and I didn't have the just had the Google number. Yeah, I don't know what their deal is. So I need to get Google or something. Yeah. Yes. Yes. See what comes next. That's the actual.
Well, I think this is great to talk about it. Certainly, you express your interest. Some down the top of certain things that you guys can see how you guys can have some type of involvement into you in their development in the area of technology and they're going to be exposed to your brand. So, I mean, we're open, Scott, to see how, so, probably on different pages, but let's bring it all on one page at this point and see what makes sense for everybody. No, we're structuring a concept that would be ongoing in the UCLA thing that came out this year, Yeah, Extreme Interactive, positioning ourselves to really take a bigger role in that particular event on campus. And we see partners now, we've already engaged certain partners to be involved as mentors. Like we now have a partnership with the sports club at UCLA. They're one of our partners. And so, yeah.
hablando switch. Polio mic, polio mic. Which one? Polio? El tipo de mi cuarto ni habló en el podio, man. Anduvo caminando, el tipo que está al lado. El que está en el podio, Mike, anduvo hablando sin micrófono.
Yeah, it's so small.
Podium, Mike, podium, haha. Hey, 1, 1, 2, 3. Podium mic testing, check 1, 2. Haha, hoo. Hey, 1, 2. Podium mic, check 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Hello, 1, 2. Ha. Next.
Sure, I'm Peters. Last name is Tim Peters, P-E-T-R-S.
It was inappropriate, but then it was on my queue.
It's funny, I don't know.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You start with
Okay.
5 minutes and Peters and don't this.
Okay.
And everything else is.
Everything else looks good, yeah. Except Mason can't make it, but
You don't have any visuals, do you?
I don't. I don't. So we should.
Peters.
Thank you. I'm not sure though, actually.
You guys are like, where the heck is this?
Me too. I'm like, where am I going? I got coffee. That was important.
So how did you meet the people of this conference?
So Mark Kapczynski, who has been here and moderated before for previous things, he couldn't make it today, so I kind of took over. I don't know. I've never been to the conference actually, so he said, "Hey, you want to do this moderating?" I said, "Sure." And we actually worked together back in the day. And while I'm not like a sports marketing guy, we did a lot of sports marketing back in the free credit report days. Like we sponsored the Lakers, we sponsored tons of people.
Yeah.
So we did a lot around that. It wasn't necessarily my like key kind of issue while I was there or whatever, initiative I guess, but we spent so much money and it was a very small team, so I got, I had knowledge of it, but hey, how are you? You too, you too. Yeah, it'll be cool. So yeah, that's my connection, it's just Mark basically. I guess I'm still. Do they want me to circle the road?
At least you have a table.
No, I think we'll just.
I like that we have a table.
That is
Instead of like having to cross the line in front of an audience and all that, you know?
Right. Instead of dealing with that.
So we can just be like,
You're not in the shoes.
Okay. Yeah, in Spanish or
Yeah, the NCAA, I think it's like everyone of course raised up. That and the game was last.
I see both sides of it, but I feel like.
TVG's doing sports gambling.
But yeah, it's gonna be big.
That's going on.
And I mean, let's be honest, there's so much there's things happening. Just don't care.
You want to hear my idea? It's not gonna happen, but my idea is that they get paid, but the money is deferred until after they graduate from college. They've talked about that. Yeah. It is. Oh, okay.
I think that's what I heard too.
Yeah. Okay, because I feel like that would solve a lot of problems
Or maybe
that.
they're like just a basic or something.
Yeah.
Living expenses and then the rest.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. But the school could treat them the same and give them the same opportunities, but if a brand stepped up.
I'm just kidding.
You just sounded our way.
Right.
It's gonna be like.
And that's a, I will hear it. That's a conference.
Love it. We'll see what happens.
That's what it's about.
Well, if it had just been California and a few states, that would be a manageable nightmare as well. I mean, it's possible, so.
Look at the show. Look at the retreat. She had a little spot.
I would still be able to follow like how the IOC treats parallel deals for Olympic athletes. There's a little bit of roadmap there. Right. it's like, it's a completely separate, I'm sure you guys know more about it than I do. I haven't read what's on the table, honestly.
Just changed.
Oh, yes. On Rule 40, it's just changed too. So now, when a brand has a relationship with an athlete, the IOC can sue them, which in the past they can only sue the athlete. Should we sit? I think there's stairs on the other side.
Oh.
Yes. Oh. Well, you should tell the moderator that you really can't get into it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna get some water.
Hi. I'm
How are
not
you doing?
great.
No, Armando, nice to meet you. Yes, I was reading up on you. Congratulations. This is quite exciting. Now I'm a girl senior vice president of partnership and activation. Like things, oh, wonderful. I still remember their great victory in 2012.
12, yeah.
That's right.
And 14.
And 14, I know.
Yeah.
And of course, the phenomenal job of being quick. 15 minutes. What is that? His first name? About 15 minutes. Yeah. Oh, that's great. And now, well, we'll hear from you today, but yes, you're with great partnerships and things. Really. Do you drive with a team quite a bit?
Yeah, I'm on the craft. The same.
Yeah, we have a whole team operations staff that sort of deals with them on a day-to-day basis, and what we deal with them for player appearances and video obligations for partners.
It's being live streamed. Yeah, no, it's always interesting to bring players on board and some of the things that they do is very powerful.
Yeah.
So Tim, when it comes to the name image likeness for NCAA, there's not a lot I can say.
Don't worry about it.
So I'll say whatever I can, but I just, I can't really say anything, because one, nobody knows, and two, it's kind of a sensitive conversation, yeah, so. If I see him in face,
Okay, that makes sense. What about sports gambling? Can we talk about that?
About what?
Just kidding. I said, what about sports gambling?
that's another one, we can talk about that, though.
All the good ones.
I mean, that's another big one.
Right.
I mean, that wall's gonna come crumbling down too pretty soon.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
got
it's
to.
close, right?
Yeah.
Another big, like,
Yeah.
I think that we're just
Oh,
waiting for.
Henry Watson, nice to meet you. Good, how are you doing?
Vice President of Partnership with Saxophone, it's terrific. We have two great college football games this Saturday, Fox Deportes.
Oh, you do? Which one do you have?
I think we have Cal and the USC game.
Oh, okay.
Cal and USC. Cal is playing on Saturday.
Yeah.
USC is also playing.
Oh, okay.
I think that's everyone on this house playing.
Yeah, Utah might be.
Oh, okay.
I'm not too sure.
I have to look at the schedule.
I'm with you.
Who's the person at the end?
He's from Bleacher Report, but Tim just said he's not able to make it anymore.
Oh, really?
He's not coming?
Oh, that's a bummer.
It's a double header, really. Saturday.
Should we get started? guys
Cal
ready?
plays SC.
Cal plays SC.
Yeah. Oregon, Arizona. Utah plays UCLA.
I think it would be perfect for this panel if you guys are checking live sports scores while we're doing the panel.
I agree.
If you could do like a little update.
sports.
All right, I think we're ready, right? Hey, hello everybody. Good afternoon. Good to see everybody. Excited to be here and moderate the panel. Got some very interesting guests, so I'm excited to talk to them as well. Hope you guys are as well. I'm actually taking the place of Mark Kapczynski today as the moderator. I've been in marketing a number of years, about 15 years, digital acquisition strategy, marketing, mostly direct response, across all kinds of different brands. My expertise is definitely, I would say, not specifically in sports. Myself and Mark, who was supposed to be moderating today, actually worked together at freecreditreport.com when we launched that brand back in 2007, and we did many, many millions of dollars in sports marketing. So that's kind of my connection in the sports world to marketing. So I'm definitely excited to get some insights from the panel and ask some intriguing questions. And at the end, I guess we'll have some opportunity, hopefully, to take some questions from you guys as well. And I guess from here, I'd like to introduce the panel or have them introduce themselves to you. Tell us a little bit about yourselves, your careers, how you got to where you are now, maybe some of the things you might be working on, and then we'll go into some cool topics after that.
Hi, my name's Nam McGrail. I'm the Senior Vice President of Partnership Activation for the LA Kings. I oversee the activation of all of our sponsorship deals. And I'm a part of Global Partnerships, which is a division within AEG, our parent company. I went to UCLA, Henry. And I have 2 championship rings, which each one of my kids has claimed as their own. So I need to win one more time so that I can keep one for myself.
I like that. Welcome.
Hello guys, my name is Armando Yin. I'm a live television producer and director. I contract for Fox Deportes and Fox Sports in Spanish and TVG, which is the horse racing network. I started out from the bottom. I started out as a logger, then became an editor, and then eventually now work in the control room. And as I interact with a lot of brand sponsors, is my role really to execute them. So let's say we have the State Farm player to watch, or we have the Subway player of the game. It's our responsibility to not only execute that billboard, but also choose the player and then decide how much content time we're going to give to that player. And also, make sure that the talent do read the live sponsorships. Sometimes we have Medicare that's sponsoring a certain segment, and the talent has to read, this segment is sponsored by Medicare, call 1-800-773 for further more information. And so my typical weekends are extremely busy because sports primarily are played on the weekends. I cover the German Bundesliga, and so I'll typically be in the control room around 4 a.m. to go live at 6. And then after that's done, I run over to TVG and cover the racetracks across the globe. I focus on Los Al, which is the racetrack down here in Los Alamitos. So that's a little bit about my exposure to sports and brands.
Thank you.
I'm, excuse me, I'm Henry Watson, Vice President of Distribution and Partnership Marketing at Pac-12 Networks. Relatively new to sports, kind of. I've been at Pac-12 for 5 years. Been in the entertainment industry for 25 plus years. Started out at MTV, went from there to DirecTV International, running DirecTV Japan, and then various other places along the journey. Been at Pac-12 for 5 years, been enjoying it, and some of my main focus coming up as we're talking today is international distribution and partner marketing, and we're looking at different platforms called AVOD platforms, advertiser-supported VOD, or FAST platforms they're called, which are on platforms like Xumo, Pluto, Philo, Samsung TV Plus, platforms like that. So that's some of our priority moving forward.
Awesome.
Hi guys, I'm Autumn Nazarian. I'm a Senior Vice President at Mindshare in a department called Content Plus, and I specialize in sponsorships and partnerships. Mindshare is a media company, so our team is an expert group within a larger construct that buys TV and digital and social and out of home and all the traditional medias But we work as a very, specialized group doing both content as well as helping brands decide how to intelligently spend their money, identify and negotiate and activate great sports sponsorships within their media budgets most of the time. And I've been at this job for way too long, like 15 years, but we've been like 6 companies, and it's been a wild ride. But I've worked with every major league, NBA, MLB, NFL, a little NHL, worked with grassroots soccer, and just really have every year watching how the industry is evolving and how technology is changing sports sponsorships has been super inspiring and keeps me really interested in my job because year to year it changes tremendously. And so working in a media agency, a slight difference to my amazing colleagues here is that there is quite an eye on the working dollar versus the sponsorship dollar. And so one of the things that we're tasked with is making sure that if you're spending $3 million on a league deal, that there are tangible assets within that deal that ladder back to a real value. And so we're really forced to show that sponsorships not only do what they're supposed to do, which is give you a halo association with an amazing sports team and fan base, but that you're also providing real value and that horrible word ROI that can be calculated in many, many ways and prove to clients that the money is well spent.
Awesome, thank you. I think that's a really good segue for my first question, which is going to be to give the audience an example of an activation where you've integrated a brand or a product or even a celebrity into a project that you've worked on. And Autumn, maybe that is a good question for you to start with since you just mentioned it. I think it's interesting from my perspective to when you talked about sponsorship versus like a direct response type of perspective. Those buyers are very different, where they're trying to calculate an ROI versus associate their brand with a partner that can bring some overarching meaning that isn't necessarily ROI calculated.
Yep, absolutely. So when we talk about sponsorship, we talk about how if you were investing your money, you would diversify your portfolio because different things that you invest in do different things. And so one example that I can share that's LA-based, LA-centric, so for those of you from LA in the room, you'll maybe have even encountered some of these elements. How many people in the room are Dodger fans? Yay! So one of my clients that's Southern California based is AM/PM Convenience Stores. And they're a regional brand. They don't exist east of the Rockies. And as you can imagine, their biggest competitor starts with a number and has a lot of money and is a national brand and is known for doing a lot of really cool things. But the Southern California market is so important to my client, and they really wanted to dig in and see, who are the people shopping at their store, and then where does that overlap with, activities in LA. And so we looked at everything. It wasn't just sports. And at the end of the day, we found a wonderful affinity with Dodger Nation. No surprise there. And so what we ended up doing was, sitting down with our clients and them saying to us, okay, this is great. We love the Dodgers. But we have to make money from this deal. It can't just be a branding campaign because people already know about us. So what can we do that would be different and say something about how cool our brand is? And so really what we did is we sat down with the team and we had some really deep conversations about AM/PM and the brand. If you guys are familiar with it, their tagline is "Too much good stuff." Have you guys heard that tagline? And so one insight that kind of popped for us is that if you think about it, when you go to the stadium, there are different snacks and candies and food items at a stadium than in other places that you'd expect. So for example, if you went to the theater, like the movie theater, and there was no chocolate, you would be appalled. But you go into a sports stadium, and I dare you to find a Snickers bar. It's like a scavenger hunt. And so what we ended up doing was, through top secret negotiations, which I can't share, creating an AM/PM store in Dodger Stadium that has over 75 items. So by far, that's like triple what any other concession stand has. And they have things like candy and ice cream, chocolate bars, hot coffee, which didn't exist in the stadium before that. And so it really was a beautiful partnership to bring to life their brand promise, which is we'll have tons of great stuff that you want to eat and snack on. And then what we did to double down in the second year is we negotiated the right for them to sell hot Dodger dogs at AM/PM convenience stores during the season. And so all of a sudden, what started out as a lovely translation of the brand promise became an actual product in the store that people would buy, because if you're a Dodger fan and you're not headed to Dodger Stadium and you want a Dodger dog for a lot less money, you can go to AM/PM and get hot Dodger dogs. So I sound like I'm like promoting the brand, but truthfully, the sponsorship deal is what's important here. And so what this did was it created an actual for-sale product that was driving fan traffic into their stores for something that's iconic to the market, which is Dodger dogs. And it allowed us to not only have all the great assets like signage, and we partnered with Justin Turner, who bears a strange resemblance to their Snack Giant mascot. And we did content, and we added horchata to the reserve level that's only available at AM/PM. And we've done a lot of other really cool things, but that exchange of value, where we created the only place where you can get those 70 plus items, and by the way, walk in and get a beer out of a cooler, not wait in line, and then sell Dodger dogs back at the store, it became an economic model that drives ROI almost first and forefront, but really ultimately, and this is where we started with it, was it starts with the fans, right? Like, how could we create a value for the fans? And bringing chocolate bars and Doritos and variety into the stadium was our value to them, and getting Dodger dogs at the stores was ours.
No, that's awesome. Thanks for that. That's super. I mean, I could see the parallel. Like, makes a ton of sense. And I'm sure the Dodger dogs at AM/PM weren't $18.
They're 2 for $3. Sometimes.
I like that. You got a lot of fans out of that.
I can speak a little bit to the
Sure,
to
yeah,
the
that'd be
fan
great.
experience. So AEG is obviously, we're a sports and entertainment company, and our focus is on the fan and the fan experience. I wanted to talk a little bit about the use of celebrities in tapping into new fan bases and ultimately gaining more exposure for our partners. So last season, we had Will Ferrell come out in character as Ron Burgundy. If any of you guys, I'm sure many of you guys are aware of the Anchorman franchise, really. He came in character, and he went up into the broadcast booth, and he called the second period of the game in a way that only Ron Burgundy can.
That's
And then we had another theme night where it was Star Wars night, and we had Snoop Dogg come, and he was in it. He was right by the ice, DJing songs with our ice crew who were dressed up in Princess Leia costumes. As you can imagine, it garnered a ton of exposure and a ton of attention, and we were in publications that don't normally cover sports. So it was just a really new and exciting way to use celebrities to again tap into other fan bases and get more exposure for our partners.
I have a question. Back to the mic. Autumn, when you were doing that partnership, was your client the Dodgers or AM/PM, or you created that relationship?
My client was AM/PM.
Sure, yeah. As far as integrating brands on a production level, every production has certain brands. I get usually, we get a guide from the sales team saying, for this particular production in a 2.5-hour window, you're going to have the Verizon pregame show, and you're going to open up the show with a Verizon logo, and it's going to fly in, and you have to execute Verizon 3 times within this particular show. And that's, it's a little bit different, but that's how we integrate the brands, and you have to execute those. And what's interesting is that every angle, they're always trying to find new and innovative ways to sponsor things. For example, the lineups may be sponsored by Audi. You can bring in a chip and just put it on top of the clock, and you can run that at RAM. This is advertised by RAM. So I'm always impressed and always caught off guard by the ways that the sales team does a great job in finding new ways to sponsor different things. Sometimes we'll have Subway sandwiches on top of the anchor's desk just to sponsor Subway, and every single time the most important thing is getting those executions done. By the way, it is you have to execute 30 seconds of a player to watch, and from my angle, it's those are the things that are. Besides the game and besides, entertaining the people at home with a great game and the team will take care of it, it is the sponsors that we need to take care of first.
Right.
Yeah, when you were talking about celebrities, our celebrities are athletes, but they're student athletes, and there are very strict NCAA guidelines around what we can and cannot do with them. Obviously, they can't promote an advertiser or a sponsor like that. So even after they leave school, there's still some strict guidelines around it. So if you think about somebody like Gardner Minshew, who was the big Washington State quarterback, who's now a big star in the NFL, or DeAndre Ayton, who was the number 1 pick out of Arizona, even and we get these kinds of requests quite frequently from advertisers. They want to take some of their old footage from college and use it to promote a product. Well, even so, the NCAA guidelines are, and it's not black and white, but if there is a Gardner Minshew highlight, there can't be another player in it that's recognizable who might still be in school. Okay. So they have kind of a window, kind of a 5-year window where they have to make sure that any other athletes that are within that in that picture is not highlighted in any of those advertisements or sponsorships. Now, if it's just a isolated shot, not a problem at all once they leave school. But once they're in school, there's not a lot we can do about it. So it makes it a little bit difficult when we're working with our partners from the ad sales side, because the advertisers want that kind of visibility, because some of those big stars that are in our league become very, very popular, especially because we have schools in big metropolitan areas like Seattle and Los Angeles that they really covet. So it can be very difficult. We have a very layered way that we have to look at any of our partnerships, any of our branding or sponsorships, because unlike SEC Network or Big Ten Network, we are owned by our universities. So the 12 universities in the Pac-12 actually own us. So when it comes to branding partnerships and activations that are in stadium or on site, or fan engagement initiatives that we want to implement, we have to be considerate of any conflicts with the schools themselves, with the NCAA, with our own conference, and then our network and advertisers. And so once a sponsor approaches us with an idea, if we can run that whole gauntlet of restrictions and get to a point where we actually can do something tangible with them, it's usually pretty effective, but it can be difficult.
Right. No, I imagine it would be. And that's an interesting question. I mean, I've worked with a lot of industries that are highly regulated and scrutinized, one being Free Credit Report that I mentioned prior, like maybe the most regulated business outside of banking. And then I actually worked and rebuilt the Lending Tree brand after the mortgage crisis, same thing, heavily scrutinized and regulated by the CFPB and all kinds of other acronyms that we could name. I guess an interesting bit for the group here is, based on what you just were outlining with Pac-12, what, in terms of adding value for partners or potential advertisers, let's call them in this case, right? How do you guys leverage, like what do you say? Obviously you can't get too specific with the athletes and all those things, but in order to add value and talk about the audience that you do bring you talk more about like generalities around like demographics and psychographics, the type of people that would be are involved in Pac-12. You talk a lot about that, I imagine,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So we do. We talk about the demographics. We talk about just what the Pac-12 stands for in contrast to other college conferences. Excellence in academics and excellence in athletics. As most people know, the Pac-12 has more national championships than all the other conferences combined. And so, that's something we're very proud of. And, when it comes to the Olympic sports, I think we had 14 national championships last year. We're up to 573 championships, something like that. It's not exactly, but 571 or something like that. Anyway, but, we have a very loyal fan base. So, we work with, we can't do a lot of off-the-shelf kind of sponsorship promotions. We have to really individualize and really customize what our partners want and what our brands want. And, I'm on the network side, I'm at the conference, and, at the network we have two very big marquee events every year. We have our football championship game, which pits the champion of the North Division against the South Division, and that's coming up December 6th. And then we have the Pac-12 men's and women's basketball tournaments, which run concurrently or consecutively in Las Vegas. So those are excellent venues for brand activation, because you have activation areas, you have fan engagement, you have on-site signage, and plus the on-air branding that you do as well. So our sponsors get a big bang for their buck, by anchoring onto those two events. And from my perspective, because I handle distribution and partnership marketing, my partners are the distributors that distribute us. So those are the Xfinities and the Spectrums, the Fubos, the T-Visions, and the Sling and Dishes, those kind of, those are our partners. So we work with them as well with sweepstakes and activation and all those things, still in consideration with everybody else that's doing the same thing at those events. So, we just can't be in conflict. So.
Right.
Yes?
So what are your thoughts on now players, especially finally?
Hey, that's my question.
and go around any school or conference and a brand can approach them and say, you like sneakers, we want to advertise with you.
Sure.
Yes, I want to do this myself. The league or I want to do this. How does that now playing now?
Well,
Or has it happened yet?
well, yeah, I was going to say, it's because it just happened.
Yeah.
And, and it was initiated by Gavin Newsom by pushing up the legislation here in California. There were a number of states that were about to follow suit. And I think at that time, the NCAA said, look, this is an avalanche that's coming at us, and we better do something about it. And they changed their stance rather dramatically. At the Pac-12, we follow the mandate of the NCAA. I spoke to our commissioner, Larry Scott, and I know he's in touch with all of the other commissioners of the Power 5 conferences as well as the other conferences, and they all sit down and they talk about what this really means moving forward. I don't think anybody knows exactly where this is going right now. The ramp up to it, the parameters that are going to be around it. How do you make it fair and equitable for all student athletes? For all student athletes? I mean, so do the football players get to cash in and make, hundreds and thousands of dollars, and the women's rowing team makes nothing? Is that how that's going to work?
It should be per individual.
Well, that's in theory, that sounds good, I think. But I wonder if the universities are going to want to do that. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but in that case, right, you have a similar situation, I would think. Just making this conversational, obviously, but if you have celebrity, sports stars that are part of a team, their talent is being showcased by the NFL, and I think
Talk about college.
Yeah, I know,
yeah.
but what Henry is saying here in this case is, in a sense, these college athletes are leveraging the power of the NCAA. And as, they're football players, so there's a lot of exposure on football, but, so, they're getting the power of the NCAA, but the women's rowing team might not be. And so how do you justify that? How does that work?
And I understand it's an individual thing, but I just, I think one of the goals of any university is to level the playing field and give everybody the opportunity that's afforded to them as they come into the university. And I think that's something that they have to think about.
Right.
It doesn't make as much money as college football, so.
Sure,
You're
totally.
right about that.
Totally.
Yeah, you can't dismiss it.
Right now, you're gonna start seeing people coming in from high school where you have kids that are already building their own brands.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's gonna be hard to shut the spigots off. Yeah.
Right.
Don't do that.
Right. Like I said, nothing's been set. I mean,
Right.
they're wrestling with this at a whole nother level beyond me, and we'll see what they come up with. I'm sure it's not going to be as smooth as everybody would like it to be, but, they'll get there.
So you had a question?
I may have missed this, apologies, it's going to be late, but just how do you deal with the actual issues between male and female under the federal
Title IX.
support for male and female sports, Prop 9?
Yeah, Title IX.
I would think that would be a big complicating factor. Certainly it's complicated which teams we even have for many schools, right? Because you can only have so many male teams, et cetera.
You're exactly right.
Right.
And it's not really addressed in Prop 9 at all. It just
Exactly.
says even split.
Yeah. Yep.
Go ahead.
What's germane to this panel is how this decision impacts relationships.
That's
Just
that's
to
the
bring
next
it
question.
back. Well, because brands pay for exposure.
Exactly.
AMPM pays for exposure with the Dodgers, and that's a pro team, so
Right.
it's different. But if, let's say AMPM was paying for a sponsorship with UCLA, and the individual athletes are going and getting their own exposure with their own deals.
Right.
That
Right.
would likely lessen the value of the sponsorship to UCLA. AMPM would pay less.
Well, they'll probably do something similar to the pros, right? Where I don't think an athlete would be allowed to get an individual sponsorship for themselves if it was in conflict with the school. Probably not. I mean, that's how it is for the pros. It's not like a Dodger player can go out. We're the official convenience store, so players within the Dodgers have to be careful about how they associate with other brands. They can do it without their uniform on. There are nuances there, but usually there are some protections put in place. But you're right, it will become crazy. I mean, if we think that influencers have made celebrity endorsement and PR events and whatnot a crazy battlefield, let's add thousands of students.
Right.
Right, and I think that was another part of the thing to talk about, or a topic to talk about, is, the influencer dynamic and how significant that could be. It was mentioned, you have young kids that have created brands for themselves that are high schoolers or younger, obviously. And as that comes and parlays into college and then ultimately into pro or whatever it might be, there's a lot of complexity there, and I don't know that anyone really has the answers.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I mean, you've got these high schoolers who have built this huge social media following, and they're influencers. They're making money off of it.
Right.
And if they're not an athlete, it doesn't make a difference.
Exactly.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
So the NCAA has a lot to wrestle with to make sure that it works for everyone. There's some universities where college athletes can't get a part-time job. So
That's horrible.
Yeah.
That's horrible. Now, the school's making millions of dollars.
Yep.
And I think that's why there's such a divisive, people are very divided on this because of that. So it's going to be very interesting to watch.
I think you had a question.
Yeah, just a quickie. Was Will Ferrell paid he wasn't. So what motivated him to want to do this?
He's a longtime Kings fan.
Okay. Was it his idea to do the Ron Burgundy, or did you approach him?
Our PR group approached him, and originally I think we approached him to just come and be a part of our hockey night in LA, but he came up with the idea, hey, why don't I come as Ron Burgundy? And we were like, great.
So how does that, I think it's an interesting segue, right, from when you start talking about value creation for, obviously in this case for the Kings and for the fan base, but you don't, he doesn't own Ron Burgundy, and ultimately the studio that created the film does, or who, how did that conversation, like how was that dealt with in a partnership dynamic? Did he have permission to become as Ron Burgundy and own like the likeness that is that character?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know,
Right.
because our PR group handled the setup and the organization of it.
It's interesting in that kind of scenario, because obviously in like Snoop Dogg is Snoop Dogg. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Becoming Will Ferrell coming as a character that isn't his likeness, you know what I mean? It becomes very interesting. So, any other examples like in a similar light or a similar vein?
Using influencers or celebrities?
Or celebrities where they're using the likeness of maybe a character that they played to some of the complexities around that and what that might or might do for a partnership.
I mean, like I mentioned, we have worked with Justin Turner because of what he looks like, and we've created content. We created a content series last year that was all about hidden spots in Dodger Stadium with Toomkis. We have definitely worked with Dodger personalities in the past. For some of my other clients, I work with Unilever, and they're an NCAA partner for personal care. We definitely utilize, just legends and coaches and notable people. One thing that's been really important for us, and I can't see the name of the brand, but a travel brand that I work with who sponsored the SEC series for quite a long time, at both the network and the tournament, is that we utilize the people who were commentators on the SEC network for our advertising. So if you think about it, part of our deal was ESPN and SEC network TV spots. And the insight there is that using contextual content and advertising drives 20 to 30% more interest from a fan who might be muting what they're watching on TV or pausing and fast forwarding. But if they see a familiar face or potentially hear a familiar voice, they might stop and come back and actually watch that content. And for that, it was funny. It was like these SEC network commentators like doing crazy zany things together, and so it was some of their favorite personalities, being put in really interesting situations around travel. And so for us, I think we do it less on site than like a traditional property that has a ballpark. We do it sometimes, but a lot of it is really creating contextual advertising so that when you are communicating to the fans, and for college sports, a lot of times our target is alumni, frankly, because they travel, they're more affluent, they care, they're rabid fans, they travel for their team. And to create contextual content and advertising means that, if I'm getting 20 television spots during the life of a partnership, I'm using those spots to communicate that the brand is part of the fan nation, that they're celebrating with the fans. And in some cases, if you have a really crazy client and want to do adaptive advertising, that they're celebrating wins and commiserating losses in real time in digital advertising, which gets really exciting.
No, thank you for that. Autumn, that's a very interesting point that you lead me into around another kind of bit of interest, I think, is as you see more and more streaming platforms and like the fragmentation of audiences and trying to actually capture people's attention regardless of where they might be. You mentioned the Dodger example, which I think is really cool, by the way. The AMPN thing it makes so much sense. I love that. And I guess what specifically, I think this is probably most targeted for you with the types of advertisers that you work with. As these platforms, and like I said, the fragmentation is happening with Disney Plus and all these other platforms, how is that coming into play with a partnership dynamic with the types of advertisers you work with, and how are you targeting them outside of traditional means? Before you could buy some radio, buy some TV. You could, you know, do even streaming, and it's trickier and trickier now because they're becoming closed off networks that are subscriber based. What are you guys doing to kind of diversify your value offering for your partners in that regard?
Sure. That's a big question.
Sorry.
I think the answer is that there are far smarter people than me that come up with the media mix, but I know that the fundamentals are always going to be, what is your brand's DNA? What does it stand for? Who is your audience? And then finding a partner where there's credible space in the middle. And knowing how to communicate differently through different channels. So for example, you can be a lot more creative and zany and funny in social media, whereas if you're doing an LED board in a stadium, you have to be a little bit more straightforward and have more of just an advertising message, because the medium kind of dictates the boundaries of how you communicate. I think for us, we also think about, you know, what is the generation of the consumer that we're targeting? If they're younger consumers, and I know this isn't news to everybody, but if they're younger, like, we're going to prioritize an experience, and we're going to prioritize for Gen Z something that has to do with exclusivity and affluence. Whereas if you're Gen X or a boomer, we're going to be looking at how to be utilitarian or create a product or make something easier or better or more fun. You know, those types of targeting, you know, helps you kind of create a plan so that you know who you're talking to, and then the channel itself, you know, kind of dictates, you know, how you're going to communicate. I mean, there's nothing like contextual content, and I'll probably just beat that drum to death today, but there really isn't, because what do fans want when they're not watching a game? They want to know more about the team, about the players, about what's happening behind the scenes, about how this all comes to be, you know, this big spectacle of sports. And they want to talk about scores and what's going to happen next and what happened 10 years ago, and it's generational. Right? So, you know, a brand would be foolish to not want to tap into that and add a value to it. And brands have so much money, and you know, they want people to consider and like their product or their service. And so if they're going to be credibly in sports, they have to commit to the team, and they also have to really show that there is a commitment to that fan base and that they get it. They understand how people want to celebrate and be a part of really a tribe.
Absolutely. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that hunger from fans. They really want to see the other side of players, and you know, we do an in-game feature for Coca-Cola where we ask players this or that, and it's the simplest thing. Hey, Drew Doughty, what do you prefer, UCLA or USC, Dodgers or Angels? And the fans love it, and they eat it up. And so we put that out on social media this year, and it got even more exposure. We do an original content series for Pepperdine called Inside the Play, where Jim Fox, our play-by-play announcer, sits down with players involved in, you know, say a game-winning goal or a tying goal, and they sit down with them, and it's just a 3-minute piece, but they're asking them, hey, Anjay, why did you pass that puck instead of shooting it? And fans eat that stuff up. So, you know, to your point, fans are super hungry for that type of content, and it can be really, really valuable for brands.
And I'll just say that, you know, from our broadcasting perspective, what has been interesting is we just had the World Series, and it overlapped with Thursday night football. And so what was nice is that we could just send the viewers to the Fox Sports app. So we still had the World Series on the main channel, and if they wanted to see Thursday night football, they can just go on the Fox Sports app and enjoy it that way. The way, from what I've seen, we're treating it exactly the same. You know, the advertisers are going to run the same. We're going to run the billboards. They're going to enjoy it the same on the mobile device. For now, I mean, it might change, and it might, as things progress on the app, it might be treated differently. But we just take the feed, and transmission sends it onto the app. And for TVG, it's the same way for Amazon and Roku. So they take the same exact feed that they're broadcasting to the channel, but they just now stream it over to, from what I've seen, and I think will evolve as we're hearing here, and that's just my perspective on things there.
Yeah, I think I think from the content side, I mean, one thing that's become apparent in the last couple of years, and I think we all are seeing this, is that there's more and more data available about our consumers.
Right.
So we know where they're watching, we know when they're watching, we know what they're watching. And with dynamic ad insertion and tools like that, we're able to really focus and drive up CPMs by targeting very specific consumers of our content. At Pac-12, we're a linear channel. We have that offer for our sponsors. We are producing much more short form programming that's sponsorable. Like we have a Union 76 moment of the game. That's for social media. Then I know on Twitter we have other moments that we ask our Twitter followers or anybody on Twitter to vote on. What was the play of the game? Those kinds of things. So you try to engage the fan and have them interact on a platform where we know they're going to be. But those are for a certain demographic of fans. And as we're able to get more and more really specific information, it really helps. It helps with that relationship to deliver more of what the sponsors want.
How about you mentioned linear? How about the world outside of linear for you guys? As these platforms, people are moving more to like apps in their TVs and different streaming platforms and.
Yeah, well, we're on 3 OTT platforms.
Okay.
So we're on Sling, we're on Fubo, and we're on 4. I'm sorry, we're on TVision and we're on VidGo. So a lot of times I see all the social media stuff coming through and people complain, I can't see the Pac-12. It doesn't matter where you are in America, you can get Pac-12.
Right.
You just have to subscribe to the right platform. But we look at that and we tailor specific sponsorships and promotions to some of those OTT platforms because they seem to be much more creative and their focus is something different. They're looking for a subscriber lift as opposed to retention because we know the MVPDs of the linear distributors, they're losing subscribers every day, every year.
Right.
They're going somewhere. We don't know exactly where they're going, but they're going somewhere. And then there are other platforms that are coming up now that they're up and running, and we're looking at those as well. Things like Samsung Plus, Philo, Zumo, Pluto. Those are all out there too. So we're not there yet, but we're looking at them, and we're taking that very seriously as well because we want to get as many eyeballs as we can to help our sponsors and our advertisers to reach our audience wherever they may be.
Right, and I think that's interesting you bring that up. I mean, just as a user myself, I just recently got cable again, but I had clipped the cable years ago, but got conned into it again or whatever. But I have all these streaming platforms.
It's basically the same price now, right? If you want everything.
It's cheaper, and now it's like $150 a month, and I'm like, wait a minute. So and now I have all these streaming platforms.
Yeah.
Netflix. I got all the usuals, the usual suspects. But it's funny because when I was without the cable, I just had the cable internet. There's things like Pluto, and just as a user, you're like, wait, so now I'm signing up for live TV or whatever that is, kind of esque, and then, so it's a very fragmented space. I think consumers are just as confused as to where they go to find whatever they want, and there's no TV guide anymore. So
I have seen, I know Hulu, for example, does those dynamic ads. I don't know how many of you have seen those where they kind of stop you and say, what kind of ad experience do you want? Mm-hmm. Do you want an informational advertisement? And I have no idea how those have performed versus a linear spot, but most brands are creating a TV spot and running it on TV and video wherever it may run.
Generically or across the board without specifics or targeting and based on what the platform is. So I guess a really interesting thing for me would be based on some of the uniqueness of the experience up here and the different perspectives you have, obviously agency side, broadcasting, and then also in venue. What you would see as maybe the single largest opportunity, or even maybe threat or things to your business and what you guys are working on right now around that. And that was a tricky one.
I'll start. As I said, the traditional linear model, the bundled model that you see at the Comcast and the Charters and Coxes of the world, we see the erosion of those subscribers as being pretty dramatic over the past 2 to 3, 4 years. What we're trying to do is to stay in front of some of these changes and be aware of all the new platforms that are, there's a new one. I get an email every day almost about a new platform, either OTT, direct-to-consumer, or something that's starting up. In a lot of cases, there's not much I can do, but in some cases there is. And so we look at that as an opportunity. We also look at international. I handle all of the international distribution as well for Pac-12. I just got back from Sportel, a huge sports rights event in Europe. And basketball is the main international driver. American football doesn't mean much, but there is an appetite out there for what we do and the athletes that we have. And it's about education and showing them that, the quality of collegiate sports in America is on par with any other sports around the world, with the exception of probably soccer, which they call football. But we have the best basketball players. We have the best Olympic athletes. Those are all at our universities. And so, we see international as a big opportunity. We see these new platforms as a big opportunity. So, it's about keeping our eyes open and being very, not aggressive, but being open to, what's coming, because it's changing.
Right. And we've seen that recently, obviously, in the news with the NBA and what happened obviously with China, and it's very interesting to see how much growth they had there and what's gone on and how they've kind of managed that or not managed, depending on how you look at it, I guess.
Right. And all of those things influence what we do at Pac-12 as well. We just had a game in China between two Pac-12 teams, Arizona State and Colorado. They played last Saturday, Friday night, Saturday in Shanghai. And, they are ambassadors for our conference. And, you have to make sure that you are in lockstep with what we're trying to do, the image that we're trying to portray, and, the quality of competition that we're bringing there. So it's all connected.
Well, one thing that excites me personally, and I think probably the sponsors and brands as well, is the use of new technology like augmented reality and virtual reality, and how that can be incorporated, how they can sponsor, augmented reality lineups, which they appear in studio, they pop up from the ground. That might be sponsored in the very near future. And also the other thing that really is exciting for TVG specifically is sports gambling and the legalization of more betting for sports. So they're preparing, and besides horse racing, we're going to see a little bit of an increase in coverage for betting on soccer, NFL, and things like that. So we are excited for the future of sports and transactional television, as TVG likes to call it.
Yeah, and piggybacking onto what you're saying, so I don't see this as a threat. It's more of a challenge. It's just the changing landscape of technology. It's constantly changing and evolving. 8 years ago, social media was sort of something we threw into deals, and now it's all anybody wants if they're trying to reach that segment. But I think we're just trying to adapt and embrace these changes. You talked a little bit about AR. So we used to print out programs and just distribute them at games to fans. Well, nobody wants a program these days. Everyone consumes. Great. Okay, great. But most people don't want to take a program. They want to consume things on their phone. So we've actually partnered with an app. And we are, this season, we're making player cards. So on the front side, it's player artwork, and then on the back side, it's partner artwork. And both sides, if a fan downloads the Blip It app and then holds it in front of either the front or the back of the card, that card comes to life using augmented reality. So, that's one of the ways that we're sort of trying to adapt. And we also, interestingly, we just recently signed an agreement with Fuelster. So Fuelster is an app that will come to Staples Center, and say you get to the Kings game and you realize, oh, darn it, my tank's empty, and when I leave at 10:30, the last thing I want to do is go to a gas station. You can go onto your Fuelster app, tell them the location of your car, what parking garage you're in, and they will go and fill your tank while you're at the game.
Oh, wow.
So, you know,
Nice.
it's, yeah, right? Like, why didn't I think of this? But yeah, I mean, we're just trying to embrace these changes in technology and ultimately provide a better experience for our fans attending all of our events.
Awesome.
Wow, I could jump onto all those topics. I mean, I think about all of those things. I think about gambling and what that means for my team, because it will totally change the way we talk to an audience that is watching a sports team, because we can't now count on the fact that they're all ardent fans. They might be ardent gamblers.
Right.
So that changes how we think about an audience, whether it's for a team or a league, that people may not actually care about the sport as much as the dopamine. And I think about, I mean, the NCAA changes as well. I mean, I personally have my own feelings about college athletes, and I definitely think it's unfair that some people make money and others don't, but it will change, you know, maybe it's a naive thing to say, but like what I've always felt was the purity of the game, which I realize is on the backs of players who aren't getting paid. So I understand that. But the purity of college sports, and so maybe that will thrust us into high school sports, and who knows if in 10 years we'll be paying high school students.
If the brands have anything to say, they will.
Right, the little leaguer, who has sponsors. Yeah. One of the things, and I know this is a topic that all of us have already kind of chatted about earlier, but one of the big opportunities I think that's coming is definitely esports. Well, it's here. But for brands, it's still you know, something that has a measure of mystery. I think, you know, it's funny. We have 2 esports experts on our team. They go around the country giving esports 101 talks to all of our clients, because unless your client is 24 years old, they sit in these meetings and they cannot wrap their heads around what the hell you're talking about. Although when you really look at it and look at esports, you know, it's really not that different from a traditional sports model. It's just that we're all prejudiced against video games, and it's not in a physical athletic sport, but it does take dexterity and strategy and all that. But it's exploding right now, and I think everyone is wondering, you know, nobody can deny the size of the esports industry and the power that it's generating, but it's also a lot of different games, a lot of different segments and audiences, a lot of verticals. You know, there's really not one way to like crack open esports, even if the second slide on every deck tells you that it's worth good billions of dollars. And so just trying to figure out from a league and a team and an athlete perspective how to unlock that, because we can't ignore the fact that for Gen Z and millennials, younger millennials particularly, that video games are their national pastime. Sorry, baseball. They're all growing up with them, whether it's on mobile or on desktop or on tablet or what have you. And so it is a sport. You know, you can argue that or not, but I think that that's going to be the next big frontier. And certainly we're seeing pro teams stepping up and starting to, you know, try and build their own leagues and jump on the bandwagon, because we have a generation of boys and girls who are really passionate about gaming as a sport.
Right.
And you know what
Just
also comes from that? Oh, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to jump in there, I think we actually have 2 universities within our conference that offer scholarships for esports.
Yeah.
Players.
It's a real thing.
What's that? What's that?
200?
No, but in our conference,
Oh,
too.
your conference.
Yeah, Pac-12.
UC Irvine.
Well, that's not us, but Utah and Colorado.
But UC Irvine was the first.
What's that?
UC Irvine was the first.
Yeah, they were. That's not our conference.
You know, I think you also, Armando, you brought up an interesting point, which I thought I should just touch on really quickly. You brought up virtual reality. which I think is another significant thing that's coming. You see Facebook with its Oculus product, they're actually marketing it on TV now. That's crazy. And what that's going to do for advertising, marketing, all of that is just crazy to think about, and how that's going to play into the world of esports, where you're gaming in a way that's next level from traditional phone gaming or
I think
computer
in
gaming.
AR,
Yeah, exactly.
probably
I was
more
just
than
gonna say
VR
that,
even, yeah, and
That's
mixed
the event,
reality.
yeah.
Right. It's pretty wild. So, okay. I think based on that, love to have some questions for the panel. If you, sir, go ahead.
So for Pac-12 and for Kings, how do you identify, how do you reach fans of yours that are not in your geographic region? In other words, if they come to you, if someone lives in Texas and they come out to Los Angeles, they go to a UCLA game, and they purchase a ticket, you may know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
But that's if they find you.
Right.
But your fan bases and schools are global. You have professional teams, the Kings, the Lakers, that are global teams. How do you, since most teams market in a pretty tight geographical region, I think the exclusivity in baseball is 75 miles, I don't know what it is in college.
In hockey too.
Hockey, 75, and it's somewhere between 50 and 100 depending on the sport. How do you identify and then how do you maintain relationships with fans outside of your geographic region?
I mean, from my perspective, because I handle distribution, our distributors identify those fans for us, and our alumni network is nationwide. I'll give you an example. So when we have any kind of promotional activity with somebody like a Fubo or Sling, and we see the analytics come back, we know where everybody is. So we have fans all over. Do we have tons of fans in like Arkansas? Of course not. But I can go in every day and look at some of the analytics about our viewership. And we look at Nielsen numbers, we look at all the other engagement numbers on our social media platforms, and we see fans coming from all 50 states, probably 100 countries, and we don't target those, specifically, but our distributors who have large distribution in those areas, they do target them, and that's how. But we see where they come from.
So follow up. Do you have a relationship with them individually, or you just see them on an aggregate? There are 100 fans that live in Arkansas who are USC fans, and there's 50 fans in Minnesota who are
right.
Washington fans. You just kind of see them in an aggregate.
Yeah.
You don't have an actual dynamic with them.
No, not unless they wish to engage or wish to, become. They can tweet back at us and those kinds of things.
Like
but
social, probably.
Yeah, but otherwise, no, not a one-on-one relationship with them.
Yeah. Same for the Kings. I mean, anybody can follow us on social media. Anybody can go to our website. We talked about content and drawing people in and engaging fans. And, you can't reach out to them specifically, but you can make the content attractive to them to make them want to come back and engage with you and your brand.
I mean, one of the drivers for Pac-12 is the fact that our student athletes come from something like 80 different countries, and they come from all over the world, all over the country. So, back home, their families and their friends, those kind of people engage with us and follow, the stars from home that end up doing well within our conference. So we get decent engagement for that compared to a lot of other conferences.
Awesome. Any other questions? Thoughts? Sure.
For AMPM, when you talked about opening a store in Dodger Stadium, you said you sold beer. How did you get around the beer, the companies that pay a lot to be beer distributors in the stadium? As I understand, we'd be very happy that there was, I can understand if there was a candy bar that was not available elsewhere, so that's unique, that's distinct. But how would you deal with the overlap product because they're spending a lot of money to be in there in the first place?
So the answer is that within a ballpark, you have the official beer sponsors, but almost every major beer chain now not only has their major brands that we all know and love well, but they also have all these different craft, spin-offs and, and different types of beer. So the answer is that for soft drinks and for beer, we stock our fridges with every single brand that the sponsor supplies. And there are like 25 different beers that are already in the stadium, and we're putting them in there. Now, where there isn't a sponsor in place, for example, then we can be more creative. So, for example, they had an exclusive flavor of a non-alcoholic drink that they wanted, that was really about their brand, that they wanted to put in the stadium. And because there was no sponsor conflict, we were able to get distribution into the stadium for that product. They had a deal this year with a beer company to have 2 exclusive flavors in the real world outside of the stadium at AMPM, and luckily they were tied to the sponsor that existed, so those 2 exclusive flavors were also at our AMPM store. So we have to swim with the current. We're not allowed to, for example, we can't advertise a special at AMPM if it has a conflict sponsor in it, and really we can't. We can do proprietary food and drinks and beverages and whatnot that are sponsors, but it's not like we can put a chip offer on our Dodger signage, because that's really just providing a pass-through right to a company that's not a sponsor. So there are definitely rules that we have to follow.
Sure.
Henry, does Oregon have gambling, sports gambling?
I do not know that. I don't know. I don't think so.
That was one of the states that started to.
Yeah, I don't know.
How about any of your Pac-12 states? Did anyone allow sports?
We think. None that I can think of. No, we don't have anybody in Vegas. No. We do our tournaments. We do our tournaments in Vegas, but
Right.
no schools in Vegas.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate all the perspective and insight for the panel. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us.
You too. Great to meet you too. Yes.
Yeah.
My phone went dead.
Yes.